right. I just sent up the live screen.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we're not going to be on camera tonight, boss.
Yeah.
So you don't have to. I mean, if you want to have your cam up there, you
No,
can.
I just got on the laptop, so I'm
Oh,
just.
gotcha. All right, so we got our countdown going, 13:20, give or take. Let's see how this goes. Still missing 2 players. Troy's still over in the cannon fire, so I don't know if he just walked away. And I don't know where Ronan is, but that's okay. We can make do without him. We can always run their characters for them. Ronan's not tough. He's a paladin. I go smash with my sword.
Now that I'm on the laptop, you guys can hear me fine?
Yeah, dude, sound really good. Really
All
nice
right.
and crisp.
You're coming through just fine.
Do you know, Adam, does for that 3D dice roller, is that
Mm.
everybody can share that same URL?
So the way it works is if you go into multiplayer mode, you have to click a couple links to get to it.
Got it.
From the link I sent you.
Yep.
The way I understand it is you share a room code, and anyone who knows the room code can just join in,
Mm-hmm.
and you can. I think the way it works is you can all see what someone rolls in the dice tray.
Right.
I wouldn't. I'd have to test it with you to make sure, but as far as I can tell, it seems to be that way.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to play with that and check it out because that's one thing that
Yeah.
is uh, is lacking in some of the, like for Owlbear. Owlbear I love because
Mhm.
it's lightweight, doesn't really infringe on anybody.
Mhm.
A lot of downsides to it, but one of the big downsides is you can't like share the dice rolls, right? You can see results,
Yeah.
but you can't share dice rolls.
Yeah. It would be nice to somehow like have a little dice tray on the Twitch stream so everyone can see the dice rolls, and you might be able to make that work with this programming. You might not. I don't know.
Right.
Um, is there a way to make the box bigger in Owlbear?
Yeah,
The
for
die
the
roll.
dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right on the left-hand navigation of the dice box, you can click. There's a little double arrow. You click it, and it makes the dice box bigger.
Mhm.
Oh, thank God. Because I did a prediction on a 20-sided die, and guess what I rolled?
What'd you rolled?
Yep.
Nat one.
Yes. So my night is going to be short, it seems.
That's all right, man. That's all right. No big deal.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can. I'm gonna try to run a console test. Yeah, see that works. So why does my timer not work? Stupid. I'm gonna let it come back around and see what it does.
So I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to play with my video, and I'm going to make a video background like you have.
What do you mean?
That Aztec-y looking.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's pretty sleek.
Yeah, I have
Like
a
It
lot of
is
tools in
really
my
cool.
video editor.
I
And
cannot tell a lie. I had nothing to do with that. I just bought it.
yeah,
So
no.
nerdordie.com. As a matter of fact, it's funny because I found one that I loved and I was going to buy it, and I realized it's the same one that Lord Gazumba has with all the animated stuff. I'm like, oh. So then I found this one. I really, really liked it. So
Yeah, I was
Yeah, this
fucking with this.
is
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I love the aesthetic of this thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to this other guy that I met in this another streaming group. They were saying the problem because I was telling he was asking me about my music stuff, and I was telling him, yeah, I do music here and there and da 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 da. And he goes, one of the problems with streamers that do the stuff is everybody buys the same bundle and everyone has the same music.
Yep.
And I was like, well,
Well, the thing
hit
is,
me
though,
up.
if you get these, when I buy them anyway, you get yeah, you get the package, but at the same time, you can edit anything you want. So
Right,
when I get these from Nerd or Die, I can edit colors and stuff like that if I want. They give you some options to choose from, but
Mhm.
if you have any like working with video or audio skills and stuff, you can adjust these. But the only thing I would adjust, now this one I haven't changed anything, but on my Parentland stream, I went and I changed these sounds for like people subscribing and stuff like that. Eventually, I'll get to doing it on this particular package, okay, so I can have my own audio come across when
right.
somebody subscribes or something different from um, when they're just following or whatever the case may be. So,
Make myself a coin like
yep,
that old Greek gold coin with
yeah,
my monkey booger's head on it and just have it spinning.
dude, that is awesome. I like that. All right. Okay.
Minutes.
Yep. 7 minutes and counting.
It's like you weren't here when I told the others. I was like, yeah, I invited a whole bunch of hot chicks, man, from Nigeria.
That's funny.
Apparently, they're all millionaires too.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, you know the same girls I do.
Yeah, man.
A sad story, but true.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
might need to borrow our credit cards for a short time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been gaming with a guy. I've never really met him. He's from Chicago. Um, uh, he he's been the only person I know that fell for one of these things.
No kidding.
Oh.
Yeah. He goes, yeah, man, I really like her. I'm gonna fly her over. I'm like, dude, don't do it, man. It's a scam. No, she's over there for missionary work. I was like, all right, man.
Oh wow.
But he has some
She's
mental
converting
issues.
your money to hers.
Mhm.
Right? He
The,
had
f-
some
the
mental
flight
issues.
the flight's a $4,000 flight.
And then my buddy here, he owns a gym and a gun range, and he just got divorced, and he's in his 55s. He's doing one of these Ukrainian girl things. And I'm like, dude, don't mess with it, man. They're just want your money, man. I'm telling you. But
I just don't get it. I mean, I
some
do. Some people are just, either that lonely or whatever the case may be. But I don't know.
he he's hurt because his marriage didn't go well. His wife
Yeah.
was hot, but it just didn't work out. And
Yeah. T2. I guess I'm
okay,
gonna have to set something up like Jay does, where he has all his stuff streaming of all his sponsors and all this other stuff before. I'm like,
promos.
sponsored by Monkey Boogers. How many people would come to watch that stream?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my promo picture. It's gonna be a
Dude,
monkey.
you might as well be. You did all of our artwork for the chan and stuff like that. So
It's
what the
gonna be a
hell?
monkey with his pants and his pockets pulled out with no money.
So got a little hat kind of hanging out. Hit the
And
tip
he's gonna be
jar.
holding a sign. He's gonna be holding a sign. We'll stream for money.
Yep. Tip stream. Tip the stream. Gonna create. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create a tip jar icon. It's gonna be your picture for my tip
That's
jar. I just
funny.
drop it into boogers right there.
Okay, I believe I believe everyone deserves a second chance. So I'm gonna roll the 20 again to see what my future fate is for tonight.
Okay. I double dog dare you.
Count. Let another die. How do I get rid of that? Wait. A dice, and then I hit the roll thing. Okay, here we go.
Better. Oh, 3. It's not a 1. Close enough.
So I'll break. I'll do some damage on the goblin. I'll break his hand by blocking it with my face. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
Making
man.
me the victor.
Yeah.
Go overwatch that Kung Pao.
Which one?
Kung Pao.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's so bad. They basically take a
Hey,
movie.
speak of the devil. Just in time. Slid in under the wire.
Oh, sorry, I was running around.
Ah, dude, you're fine. It's like, we start with 4 and end up with 6 before it's over, or end up with 5 or whatever. That's fine. Getting ready to switch screens here, so.
Hey, can we go through what everybody's classes and race real quick? Do you think?
Sure.
So
Yep.
so Bannable I know is a cleric, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So Aster is our fighter magic user.
Mm-hmm.
Vanable's a cleric.
Yeah.
Brodus is a monk magic user, actually. Valdrin is our thief. Valorius is obviously our fighter, and we are missing our paladin right now. He's missing in action. He's probably hung up at the church doing church stuff. Or church staff. He's either doing church stuff or doing church staff. I don't know which it is.
He didn't want to adventure with enough, so he decided his church duties were a little bit important. By the way, if I'm going to make a suggestion, something that I think we'll find really useful is if we change our nicknames to our character names, so that if I look at Discord and I'm trying to talk to one of you, I can read your name off instead of calling you Monkey or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I got mine set as Valorius, so.
Yeah.
Makes it easy when that's your nickname. Your Discord handle.
Woohoo!
Pressure's on now.
I think we're all right. And we made it. We made it live. Hopefully everybody can
Woohoo!
hear us. Welcome everybody to another episode of Parallel Adventures 1E One Shots. This time our party has gathered together to go explore the ruins of the Mistmarsh. Welcome everybody. I'm DM Sean. I shall be your host for tonight. Gathered together 6 of the finest, most skilled adventurers in the domain of Greyhawk. Brodus Firepalm, our monk magic user Astermath, our fighter magic user, the only non-human, I might add, of this entire party, Bannable of Pelor, getting himself up out of the clerical duties to go out and fight evil in the swamp, Valdrin the Whisperer, well known amongst the ranks of the Thieves Guild of Greyhawk, Valorius, our stout fighter, and of Artheus Truthbearer, our paladin of Pelor as well. All joined together to go investigate goings on within the Mistmarsh. And once again, like I said, I want to welcome everybody to tonight's episode. This is actually a playtest of adventure that we're hoping to run during the upcoming Greyhawk Con in October. And before we get too into it, I'd like everybody to be able to introduce themselves. So, starting around the horn, starting with you, Brodus, kind of tell us a little bit about yourself, your character, and that's probably it. A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your character before we get started.
Hello, I'm Brodus Firepalm today. I go by the name Monkey Boogers as my alias. I I'm playing a character that is from an uncharted island, and he studied. He's a magic user monk, and his short backstory is basically he was raised by his father on the island. Island was raided at a young age. He got put into slavery and then got bought by a wizard who later passed away, and he inherited all the stuff and then got ran out of town. So yeah, and I'm happy to be invited to play with such a neat group of people. So thank you for letting me join today.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. What about you, Astramath? Being the only non-human in the group, how did you find your way to the domain of Greyhawk, and in particular, this particular group of adventurers?
Well, let's just sum it up as I'm not really quite welcome back in my hometown for reasons that we really don't need to go into right now. But let's just say that I'd rather be in the company of perhaps some non elven folk for a little while. And I'm extremely excited to be adventuring along such illustrious and famous heroes, of course.
Absolutely. Vanable, welcome, sir. Please give us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about what you expect going forward into the swamps.
Hello there. I'm Bannable, cleric of Palor. As a kid, I was orphaned to the Temple of Palor and raised by the temple itself. I specialized in the study of celestial, infernal, and abyssal happenings throughout the land. I'm a self proclaimed expert in the matters, and I am here because there has been word that possible misdoings have been going on that require my attention.
Well, we welcome you, sir. We can always, clerical help is always in high demand, particularly in small parties investigating dank swamps. Valdrin, we are glad that you were able to take yourself away from your busy duties within the guild. Please give us a little bit of an insight into your mindset going into this particular adventure.
Yes. Valdrin comes from a well-off merchant family whom he unfortunately led some heists against, being the youngest and most bored of children. Um, and then made his way to Greyhawk, where his inclinations endeared him to the guild. And right now, these are my friends. These are my good, dear friends who provide cover for me, and I can run away and pursue my nefarious deeds, and then come back and know that they're there like the pillars of the good deities that they serve.
Okay. Valorious, welcome, sir. Please give us a little bit about your background and how you came to be in these parts.
Valorius hails from the from Westtown in the Grand Duchy of Jeff. My family was killed by marauding orcs that came down from the barrier peaks while I was a teenager. I then was moved to Valuna City in Valuna, and I was further raised and trained in the warrior arts by my uncle. And through uh, some adventuring on my own and with another party that is long lost in history. We won't bring that up right now. I ended up in Greyhawk, and I'm with this fine group of adventurers at this time. and you have my arm and my sword at any given time, and I defend my friends to the death if need be.
Well, welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. And last but not least, we have Artheus Truthbearer, whose spirit is still wandering the plains somewhere. So, speak of the devil. We'd like to welcome Artheus Truthbearer. I guess he decided that he was just going to show up at the last second. Uh,
Shock and
welcome,
awe.
welcome, welcome, kind sir. I would
I blame it on the new Magic the Gathering Arena Online game I installed.
It's totally okay. We just
Yeah.
want to welcome you. All we are doing now is basic player introductions. So if you wouldn't mind, give ourselves a little bit of what's going on with you
Um.
as far
Okay.
as your character background, who you are. What perhaps brought you to the domain of Greyhawk, and in company of such astute members.
Hmm.
So no background for you, no problem.
Let's see.
I don't want to put
I'm
you on
working
this.
on
I
it.
don't want to put you on the spot, sir. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. So,
Just your generic paladin from the Shieldlands and worship, follower of Heronius
oh,
and
Heronius, I apologize. I was thinking it was Pelor. So, see, I'm glad you showed up. I would have been calling you a paladin of Pelor this whole time, and I probably would have incurred your wrath.
yes.
For mispronouncing your deity. So, with that said, as I stated at the opening, this is basically designed to be more of a play test, to run through this particular adventure that I'm hoping to run during Greyhawk Con in October timeframe. Um, God's willing, that'll come to be. Sort of conflicts with part of my schedule, but hopefully we'll be able to work it out. The original adventure, for those that may want to go seeking it, you can find it in the Oworth journals. And this particular one was Oworth Journal issue number 11. And so it was designed to be more campaign like so that you guys would be out and about in the swamps for days on end, searching for what may have been going on. So I'm going to read you sort of the basic background, and then we'll sort of kick it off on where you guys actually are right now. So rumors tell of late of strange goings on in the area of Blackwall Keep, 2 days east of the city of Greyhawk. Lord Damien Blackwall, noted warrior and service of St. Cuthbert, has posted requests for, quote, men of virtue to aid his lordship in the eradication of a vile presence in the swamp. These rumors have brought you to the tiny keep that borders on the Mistmarsh. The keep itself has a small community inside, an inn, a stable, dozen or so merchants, miscellaneous shops, etc. However, it's the keep itself that dominates the town. Sir Jostin Corn, the watch commander, greets anyone arriving at the keep to answer the Lord Baron's summons, and he relays you the following information. Recently, a large band of lizard-like creatures began raiding farms and settlements along the Mistmarsh. Cunning and wicked, these beasts have attacked fishing boats, farmers, small caravans. Even bolder, a man and his wife were snatched from their very house. We've been hard pressed to keep the area protected, and the Lord Baron wants to end this plague once and for all. Find these marauding beasts and deal with them as you see fit. And so, having accepted the challenge from the Lord Baron, you made your way to Blackwall Keep, and there you were able to stock and equip yourselves for an expedition for however long it took you to find whatever was going on in the swamp. In this case, they provided you 2 or 3 men at arms, some pack mules, goods, food, whatever you needed to make your way through the swamp. That was a week ago. Now, down to your last pack mule, no hirelings or men at arms to aid you in making your way through the swamp. You've trudged your way through muck, water, mangrove trees, or groves of mangrove trees. You name it, you've made your way through it. You've battled crocodiles. You've found a lair of lizardmen, which you managed to dispose of in quite proper fashion. But however, whatever is causing these particular raids or whatever has still gone unknown to you until as the light begins to fade and you find yourselves coming up out of the swamp ever so slightly. There's a little bit firmer ground. The grass itself is not quite as swampy. As you emerge from the thick rushes to gaze upon a low hill, atop which sits an ancient ruin, several towers and a high wall, all of which are broken and falling apart around a keep whose upper story looks to have completely collapsed. A winding grass covered trail widens into a small dirt road, wet and muddy though it is, leading straight through the twin towers of the main gate. The main gate itself appears to be open, and let me post a picture here for you guys to see. The main gate itself appears to be open. You guys see that okay?
Yes.
And
Yep.
although this picture depicts a solid wall and of going everything all the way across, everything is collapsed in various portions. So going through the main gate, you don't have to. You could probably make your way around the sides and find a breach in the wall to climb through. However, be that as it may, everything you see is in ruin. You can see the vines and the moss and the muck and the mud lining the walls of the keep itself. The upper floor of the keep is almost totally collapsed. Several places there's partial wall still standing on the upper level, but for the most part, the upper level is completely destroyed, as is the wall of the surrounding the keep itself. Um, you guys find yourselves perhaps a couple hundred yards away from this massive ancient ruins that none of you expected to find in the swamp, and yet here they are. What do we wish to do?
Do we see any movement or anything, on the walls or in any of the crumbling walls? Do we see anything
So,
kind of
other than
action?
normal wildlife, you see birds taking off periodically. You may see small rodents running through the swamps, etc. But as far as anything moving up and down the wall itself, no. All you can hear in the background is the sounds of the marsh itself.
Okay. So what do you guys think we should do? Should we go right through the main kind of broken down gate there, or should we move around the back or the side, or?
Perhaps one of us could see if there is a safer entrance. I would imagine the front would be quite well guarded.
Agreed.
I would say take the path in which was made to take.
So how far away out from this from the crumbling walls are we right now, Dungeon Master? You said
Maybe 100 yards or so.
okay.
Do we have any of you tracking nature types in the group? Anybody can tell whether there's been any fresh tracks or signs of
Oh, what's that?
Sorry about that.
glorious.
Yep, that was an audio feed that wasn't supposed to be playing through. That was kind of bizarre.
Ow.
Apologize for that. All better now.
All right.
All right. All right. Owlbear Rodeo just hiccuped on my. Hang on a
That
second.
was weird.
Yeah, Owlbear Rodeo did something with an audio that I was trying to. It was really weird. Let me get back in.
Kind of psychedelic, really.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Now we're I think we're back.
That
You
man,
know
that
what?
that
This wouldn't
banshee,
be my
I could
game.
hear that banshee.
This would not be my game if it wasn't something hiccuped somewhere, some way. So here you guys can see sort of the overlay of the actual keep itself.
Where's
Uh,
this map you're talking about?
it's on Owlbear Rodeo. If you,
Owlbear Rodeo.
yep. So you should have gotten the link. It is in the
Discord.
Discord chat.
Hmm.
Just open up your browser. You can, like I said, you can see the map of the keep. If not, you can actually see it on stream as well. um, just for sort of metagaming purposes, although you can see the entire map, obviously you can't see the entire map. You can only see the exterior. I'm not playing with all that fog of war and all that stuff. I'm not worried about that. This is a play test, so who cares? So you guys find yourselves outside the main gates themselves on a little dirt road. You can see the dirt road itself leading up to the main gates. The main gates themselves are standing open. The wall itself is perhaps 20 feet high, 15, 20 feet, give or take, collapsed in many places. The main gates themselves are sundered open. Look like some violent force threw them open. But other than that, you see no other movement aside from yourselves as well as the surrounding wildlife.
Do we see any signs of battle as far as like, are there any arrows or any type
From
of
this
broken?
distance, a couple hundred yards away from this distance, you can't really tell anything.
Okay, if we
Um,
decide to get closer, my character Brodus is going to look for those kinds of things of
okay,
any type of.
okay. So you guys find yourselves standing in the swamp, looking up
Hmm.
the hill.
I would
I
like
think we're
to.
on the southern side.
Yes, that is correct. You're on this other side,
Okay.
looking at the main gates.
Three Ks, yeah. All right, well, let's just walk up and check them out. Check out the gates.
Aster, you were saying before we go?
Actually, before we go ahead, I'd like to send my owl just to do a quick perimeter around the fortress, see if there's anything that might be lying in wait to,
Okay,
cause us harm.
okay. Your owl flies around, comes back.
Mhm.
Yeah, doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary as he makes that sort of pass.
Hmm. Doesn't seem to be anything out of place.
As Artheus takes the lead, working his way down the road, you approach closer. As you get toward or get closer to the main gates themselves, you can see the remains of an ancient keep. Anybody here? What languages do you speak, Brodus? Let's go. I should have got that really quick. But Brodus, what languages do you speak?
Human, elvish, and halfling.
Okay, Aster.
Common, elvish, gnome, halfling, goblin, hobgoblin, orcish, gnoll, and chaotic good.
Okay, Bannable.
Common, celestial, abyssal, and infernal.
Okay, Valdrin.
Thieves' Cant, Dwarven, and Orcish.
Okay, Valorius.
Common, chaotic good, orc, and half orc.
Okay, and Artheus. I'm pretty sure yours were
Um,
common and lawful. Not sure if you had any additional languages chosen or not.
well, paladins would speak celestial, wouldn't they?
I don't know specifically, to be honest. I don't think that's a language that they come with, but if your intelligence was enough that you could have had a couple languages added, so if you wanted to add celestial, that's fine. Um,
Yeah, celestial would be one of them.
However, as you approach, again, the keep itself looks extremely well fashioned of stone, as does the wall. You can see engravings and markings and writings on the gates as well as the gate towers themselves. Valdrin, you recognize them as an old dialect of dwarf, and it's old enough to the point where you only can see bits and pieces, but you do recognize a word. It's actually a proper name called Mumantadin. Um, what that means, you're not sure, but so this keep apparently was of dwarven manufacture.
Okay.
As you get to the gates themselves, uh, you can see it looks like something burst through the gates. It doesn't. You don't see any siege equipment. you don't see any arrows, anything of the like. It just looks like something big burst in through this gate, and it's a solid gate that's half hanging on its hinges. And you can see the crossbar beam behind, laying on the up toward the keep on the road, literally splintered in half. So whatever burst through here was rather powerful.
Burst going into the keep.
This is correct. As if somebody, think of a giant walking in and kicking in the door, right? That's kind of the impression you got. But again, you don't see any arrows, you don't see any siege equipment, so whatever it was,
No scorch marks or
that is correct.
anything like
Are
that.
we
No
up next
remnants
to
of
the gate
magic
right now?
use or anything.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I
No,
just said-
correct. No magic, no apparent use of magic for those that are know such things.
Are there any signs of acid damage anywhere?
No, not that you can see. Like I
Hmm.
said, it's almost like somebody just put their shoulder
Okay, then.
against the gate and burst it open.
No black
So-
dragons then.
You hope.
And we're up adjacent to the gate currently, right
That
now,
is
right?
correct. You are right up at the right up toward the. I can actually. There used to be a little drawing tool. You guys are right here. If you can see me drawn on the map.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where you guys are right there. Okay.
Could I look a little bit closer at the gate and see if it looks like it was a blunt force or a sharp sort of impact in like a single point, or did something just like spread out across it and push it open, you know?
Yeah, so from what it looks like to you, it looks like there was a huge trauma force on this side of the gate that just caused it to burst open inward, and it shattered the cross beam behind it that was holding it in place.
Right.
And
Just a single, like very large, but like not like
quite
spread out
possible.
like
Yeah,
impact point.
yeah, quite
Okay.
possible. You're not sure from the looks of it. It's with all the age and the rot and the slime and everything from the swamp going over it. It's hard to tell if it was a single force or multiple forces that eventually caused it to fail. But
Right.
regardless, it looks like some blunt force forced it open.
Okay, how are those battlements on each side of the gate? Do they look like they're enterable so we can go in there, or are they just
No, so no, you can actually there are from the other side, right? From the inside, there are entryways into those battlements that allow you to get up to the wall itself. But like I said, most of the stuff has been collapsed. So the upper half of the battlement is relative ruin as it's crumbling in on itself. So the lower floor is accessible. If there are stairs on the inside, you might be able to get up on top of the rubble, on top of the gate wall itself, to sort of walk like a patrol might normally, or it could be something similar, right? So, but what you can see right now, there's nothing on this side that will allow you entry.
How tall are the gates?
Gates themselves are about 15 feet, you would guesstimate, give or take. So
Okay, and are there a lot of trees in the swamp here that we're in?
Well, there mangrove trees and stuff like that, right? So there doesn't
Any of
look
them
like,
appear? Do any of them appear like something came through there and broke trees,
no, not that you can see. And just for historical purposes, this thing has got to be a couple of thousand years old, you would think. Maybe not quite that old, but within that range, right? So whatever may have been here, the swamp has had ample time to sort of reclaim its land. And you can see as you walk to the gates, you can see on the other side the remains of this ancient keep. And like I said, inside, you can see the track itself leads off to the left toward the gatehouse.
gentlemen? I would say we should approach with caution.
Indeed. And with that, I'll just vanish.
Okay. So Astor has decided he doesn't want to play. He's going
What?
home. Oh, I'm sorry. You said vanish, so
I'm going to use my ring of
Yes.
invisibility
Yes.
to become invisible.
Yes, I totally got that.
I know.
So if I might, before we go too much further, can I get a single and a double file walking order, and we'll use those as general?
Sure. Yeah, I'll I'll take the lead if they're, the front line being the fighter. If everybody's okay with that.
Okay.
I'm gonna be wherever Bannable is. I'm gonna be kind of like side beside him.
I'd like to be somewhere in the middle to back. I have no particular preference which of those I end up being in.
All right, so hang on. We got Valorius. We have who's after Valorius? I got to get something to write with. Sorry. Valorius taking the lead. I'm assuming with Artheus. Artheus, you're going to take the lead, or you're going to follow in the
Yeah, I
rear?
can take the lead.
Okay.
You guys want me to scout ahead for booby traps?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Valdrin, how far ahead of the party you want to be?
Good question. I'm going to say about 20 feet.
Okay. So Valdrin's going to be leading the way about 20 feet. Behind him is Valorius and Artheus, followed by who? I apologize. I wasn't listening originally.
Valdrin, do you need assistance?
What kind of assistance?
I too can.
Detect traps?
Yeah, well, I can unlock anything that might need unlocking.
It might be good for you to stay where you are, man.
Very well.
Okay. So then after that, we'll have Bannable
Roger.
and Astor,
Sounds good.
and then Barotus bringing up the rear. Would that work for everybody, or is because I'm just trying to move us along here, so I just want to make sure that I have the order correct. All right, so I've got Valdrin leading us about 20 feet out, Valorius and Artheus following side by side after that, Bannable and Astor after him, followed by Brodus, sort of bringing up the rear.
Valdrin.
It
has just come to my attention, Valdrin, that I can remove traps and detect them.
That it might be good for you to hang back in case something happens to me.
Very well.
That's it. If he steps on a landmine, we want to make sure. You said Doctor Who movie, so I'm just thinking maybe, just maybe, there could be like mega tech gear here. So
exactly.
So you move through the gates following the road up toward the gatehouse, I assume. As you first pass in the gates, you get your first full view of what is obviously some sort of an ancient dwarven keep, or at least a keep of dwarven construction. Whether they were dwarves that inhabited here remains to be seen. The gatehouse itself makes up the southwest corner. So as you guys see let me do a circle so you can see. Over here, you guys can see this is the gatehouse over here. And then the rest of the corners are all towers. So 3 towers, and then the gatehouse itself forms the fourth corner of this particular keep. Um, the walls themselves, you can see, are overgrown with vines, weeds. You see boulder and debris littering the entire area between the wall and the keep itself, leading all the way up to the gatehouse itself. You actually see a section of wall has collapsed over here that would allow what appears to be entry into the main courtyard of the keep, or you can take the road to where the bailey is, um, should you guys want to enter in from that direction. So as we come through the gate, we realize we actually have 2 choices. We can go through little marsh grasslands that are overgrown here off to the right, and you can see a collapsed part of the wall of the keep, or we could follow the track and lead our way up to the gatehouse. Valdrin, you're leading the way. Which route do you wish to take, or are you going to confer with everybody before you decide?
I'm going to confer with everyone, but I'm going to suggest that we try the courtyard.
I agree. I agree with that.
Courtyard.
Okay. So
looks like a good place for an ambush. I'd be careful about walking into a courtyard.
Okay.
That's exactly why I want to go there.
Do you like getting ambushed?
Well, if we're going to get ambushed, we might as well get it out of the way.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I think either way we could be in trouble. There could be a situation. So we don't know. We just don't know. If there's lizard folk here or lizard men, that they could be coming from either way. So
And if so, we're going to use them for boots this time, not dinner.
right.
So Valdrin, you lead the party as you guys make your way. The reeds themselves are probably close to waist high now. That's how tall the grasses are. The ground itself, much to your delight, is nowhere near as swampy and mucky as it's been for the past week or so that you've been traipsing through the Mistmarsh. The grass itself is about waist high, so let's say 2.5 to 3 feet high is what the reeds are. But they're still wet and damp, and they still stick to you and they still sting you as it rakes across your exposed flesh. However, you get to this collapsed piece of the wall, and through it you can see indeed you can make it into the interior of the compound if you were to so take this route. It's a little bit difficult climbing over some rocks and boulders and whatnot, but not overly so. No skill checks required. It's just a little bit of a time thing. And from on the other side, you can see what was apparently once a lush rock garden now houses weeds, mosses, and swamp grass. This is in addition to the monstrous toads you see lazing in the reeds. Now, this is all right here in this area right here. This whole block, if I could draw a circle correctly. This whole block right there is sort of an old rock garden, and there are several large toads sort of lounging about this rock garden. In the inside the rock garden, you can see that there was once what is remains of a faint stone path that sort of works its way around the rock garden, but it's really hard to see all of it. You can see bits and pieces of the broken stone and rock that used to form the path, which is now overgrown and been reclaimed by the swamp. Right down the middle of this rock garden, you can see a 5 foot high wall that separates it into two equal parts, and beautiful stone lattice work separates the garden from the main courtyard. So, right here on this side is a beautiful stone lattice work wall, if you will, that runs all along this side of the rock garden. The right down the middle here, you can see is a wall, like a 5 foot high wall. And what's interesting is right here on this side, at least on this side, you can see there's some sort of a bas relief statuette or something overgrown with reeds. Hard to see what it is, but there is definitely some statue there of something or someone. But again, from your view here, it's impossible to tell what it is just because of how far you are from it. So, that being said, what do we want to do?
I will convey the information to my comrades.
Okay.
How many toads were there?
As you count them, 1, 2, 3, 6. There are 6 large toads. They actually, as you sort of step up and step onto the rocks and look out, they sort of look in your direction and give a big heavy and then just completely ignore you and go about their business of licking at flies, bugs, and other insects that they may be feasting upon.
So can you define large?
Yeah, large toads are typically probably give or take 3.5 to 4 foot tall.
Okay.
They some of the larger versions have been known to swallow like small people whole.
Yeah, they're big enough to swallow an elf.
Yep.
Hmm.
Particularly halflings, gnomes, and stuff are very susceptible um, if you're not careful. Um, these toads from first appearance don't appear overly aggressive, however.
Perhaps, just perhaps, these toads were the former dwarven inhabitants of this place, fallen under a curse. Perhaps Bannibal.
So just
Artheus.
toads.
Artheus, you two are pure among us. Perhaps if you kiss them, they will be restored to their former selves.
This seems to be a ludicrous leap in logic. I think it's more likely that they're simply large toads.
Logic had nothing to do with it. I wanted to see you kiss a toad.
I could tell. That's why I ignored your request.
Well,
There's
so
something I could tell you about them. I scan and detect evil scan on the toads, the frogs, see if there's radiate evil.
So you detect no evil coming from within 60 feet of your particular position.
Aha, the frogs are not evil.
Hmm.
You're welcome.
well, do we want to go and inspect the place?
I think that's what we should do. Yep.
Excellent.
After
So are we
you.
going to go through the garden or are we going back around? Just want to confirm we're going in here, right?
Into
Yep.
the garden.
Yeah, no,
And I'm
I'm not saying anything. I just want to make
and,
sure that when you're saying go in, there's two ways to entry, right? I just want to make sure that we've decided, yes, we're going in through here. Okay.
and Artheus, I detected no traps, only toads. Perhaps you will lead us in, oh brave one.
Okay. So
As
you slowly move your way into the garden. And as you get right about here, you see there's a couple of toads there. They look at you and they croak a loud, deep croak. And then he hops one leap all the way across that 5 foot wall intersection and leaps to the other side to get out of your way. Obviously, you've interrupted his resting place, but he does not appear to be like angered or aggressive or anything. They just sort of move out of your way, leaving you entry into the remains of this ancient rock garden.
A question.
Yes.
For my character, it says I can speak with animals as druids do.
Okay.
Is there a possibility I could speak with a toad
Um, Good
and maybe
question.
find out?
They are animals. They are, although they are large toads. I had always assumed that druids were more like talking to rodents and birds and things like that. But you know what? Until I find out different, sure, I will allow you to attempt to communicate with a toad.
I tell the party, I believe I can communicate with these creatures.
What do you wish
Hi
to?
ho, this is Kermit the Frog.
Hey ho, Kermit the Frog here. If he comes out with a banjo, I'm out. That's all I got to say.
Well, I'm going to communicate
Okay.
simple phrases of best I can to my ability to find out if they are alone or there are other creatures around that are similar to them, anything of that nature.
Um, so yes, you discover that there are other creatures. In particular, one of the toads is very emphatic about the swamp creature that lives in the room next to the garden because he eats their eggs. And then they warn you, stay away from our eggs or we will eat you.
No problem.
I translate and convey to the group about the eggs and a so-called creature that eats their eggs, and for us to be, stay away from the eggs.
Is that room that they mentioned to the east there?
No, actually, they're talking. There is a room on the other side of the wall on the south. So they're talking about over here.
Okay.
Hmm.
So apparently there was something that came from there that attacked them and ate their eggs, and they weren't happy about it. But then they also warn that you guys stay away from their eggs, or then it's on you.
Tell them
could
that they will eat us.
could you politely ask your new frog friends about how large this creature that attacked them was? Perhaps the size of two of them, or three, or
Well, I
So
will ask, but it's probably someone bigger than them since it's still
Yes.
alive.
doesn't hurt to ask.
I will
Yes.
ask.
So this creature um, was easily twice the size of any one of these toads, and these toads themselves are about, give or take, about 5 feet.
Hmm.
And I
Oh.
translate that information to the party.
Okay. So where to? We are now in the middle. You guys are like right here where this toad was. You can see this 5 foot wall that separates the two halves of the garden. You can see on this side over here, there is some
That
sort of a statue of some kind. This right here is a swinging gate that opens in the lattice work to allow you in and out of the garden. You also have looks to be an old wooden door here and an old wooden door here that give you entry into the keep proper.
And there's an opening down there on the southeast there.
Oh yes, sorry, I forgot. Then right here there is also the door itself is not present. It's open leading into the bottom floor of the southeast tower. Um, Initial view doesn't see anything but stone and rock, mud, grassland, etc.
Hmm.
And the again, the towers themselves have no upper floor, partial upper floor. Let's say not no upper floor, but partial upper floor. But there's really nothing there. It's all collapsed on itself.
I can't see any tracks or anything going in
Yeah,
that.
nothing here. Now, this thing has been overgrown for hundreds of years easily, so there are what appear to be no tracks, at least anything recent that you can see, and it's whatever was there at one point is long since washed away.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right. So Valorius is gonna move towards that opening there.
Okay,
I'm just gonna be wary of any movement by the toads.
right. Okay,
If they make any movement towards me or anything, I'm just gonna, go in like maybe a foot or two in the opening.
right. All right. So just like you expected, you're able to walk into the bottom floor of this tower. You can see that there's a spiral stone staircase leading up to the upper floor. However, it's collapsed and rubble is covering the staircase from about halfway all the way to the top. If you were to scramble or try to climb over the rubble or move all the rubble, you might be able to get to the upper floor. But again, there's nothing there but outside. Partial walls on the upper floor, again, still sort of remain, but in this place, it's completely empty and you find nothing of interest in here.
All right. I'll let the party know the same.
Okay.
Nothing in there, man.
Okay.
Where to now?
What time of day is it right now?
Right now it is fading light. Let's say it's about 3 o'clock, so it's fading light, but it's not like nighttime.
Okay, so mid-afternoon.
Yeah, so I would dark. I always say is 6 o'clock, so it's actually mid afternoon. So you got a couple hours of daylight left.
As a point of clarification, this area to the west of us behind the gate, does it or does it not have a? Is it roofed in? Does it have a roof?
What do you mean? To where?
So this area to the west of us from the toad room that we're in,
Yes. So this
behind the
is not
gate,
a room. This is all open. So this whole
right?
this area here is all open courtyard.
I thought as much. I just wanted to verify.
Yep, this is all
Um,
open courtyard. In here, past the doors, is where everything is closed. So anywhere you see a door, and then you see the solid walls, that is enclosed. Even this
do I?
here is sorry. Even this over here is open as well. Although you can't see on the back side of this spot right here, but you can see this is open. So, but yeah, this is open there as well. So
Uh, do I think it might be possible to using this area of wall that's sort of caved in as like a sort of a? It's probably at like some sort of angle to potentially climb atop the roof here, so that I might have a vantage inside this open area.
sure, yeah, you can climb.
Perhaps,
Yeah,
sure.
if you want to climb.
Do I think that would be? Do I think that would be reason like terribly difficult or something that
Well,
would
for
be?
you, but somebody that can climb, probably not.
like
Mm,
me.
Yeah,
got you.
somebody like the thieves that have skills at climbing, they're much better.
Ah,
It's not to say you can't climb, But your percentage chance is much, much less than them because they can scale pitted rock and stuff like that
Of
much
course.
easier than you.
That's more of their skill set than mine.
That is
Understood.
correct.
Want me to go up?
Well, I was just thinking that it might be advantageous to have a way to get up there easily, perhaps a rope secured up there. That way, if we were to lure anything into the courtyard, we would be able to attack it from well above, where hopefully it cannot reach us.
Now, that said, you could also do almost as easily, if you wanted to do something like that, you could go back in the tower and go up the stairs and sort of try to
Mm-hmm.
move your way over the rock. It would kind of be something similar. And to be
Mm-hmm.
honest, Valdrin, Brodus, that would be an easier scale for you guys to do than climbing straight up the wall. If you guys wanted to do that, you would. I'd give you a bonus 10% chance to climb over the rock of the stairs as opposed to climbing the vertical wall that's covered with slime, muck, and grime.
If both groups do that, we're going to have a fairly good overview of things, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can see most of the courtyard now. Although, like I said, there's a lot of overgrown grass and weeds and stuff. You can see smack dab in the middle of the courtyard, there's a big willow tree, right? But you can't really see much there because of the willow tree covering everything and all the weeds and stuff growing up, 3, 4 feet high and whatnot, sort of covers some of that. The lattice work wall kind of blocks some of your view as well. But again, you can kind of see that stuff. Um, you don't have a view of the whole courtyard per se, but
Yeah.
you can see most of the open area on what's here.
I move my way toward the stairs and I look at my party and I nod, as in, do they want me to try?
Valdrin's going to go.
Okay.
Aster nods, but he's invisible, so you can't see him nod.
Okay. All right. So Brodus and Valdrin, you guys are going to climb the steps.
I'm doing the wall.
Oh, you're doing the wall, straight up the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. So you
Roll
climb.
it. Hmm.
Yep, saw that. You got a 75.
Cool. Yeah.
So you climb right here. Is that where I'm saying? Is that good enough, or is that the bad spot?
That should work for me.
Okay, Brodus, where are you going? You going up the stairs, or are you doing something else?
I'm about to roll.
I was
Oh,
just
it rolls
curious.
for me when I pick the dice out. So
Huh,
it rolls
that's
for
funny.
me when I. Okay.
So where did you?
I was gonna take the other path that you said gives a 10%.
Okay, yep. So you're up here right now. So Brodus and Valdrin. Okay, so as you climb up onto the top, you find that the rubble and the walking is very, very shaky. As you walk, you can feel the beams and the rotted wood beneath your feet. Even though there's a lot of stone remaining up here, what you're walking now is essentially
Unstable.
the
Yeah.
ceiling for the first floor. So it's been hit with a lot of rubble. It's collapsed in places, but you do get a complete overview of the courtyard. Both of you can see the courtyard fully now, although again you can't see back here because of this block area prevents you from seeing it. Um, but you can see over here what looks to be the top of a barn. So it looks to be perhaps stables over there on that side. But you're not 100% sure. But based on where you can see is collapsed and stuff and looking down, it looks like it was perhaps stables of some kind. Um,
Just by looking at the ceiling from the top part at the
yep.
top there, does the integrity of of what I'm stepping on look very poor?
Yes. Yeah. And the same thing with you, Valdrin. And Valdrin, you can
Yeah.
actually, from where you're standing, you can actually look down in here because this looks to be, it used to be the roof itself up here as you get up, it had sort of a domed glass ceiling that is mostly collapsed. And from what appears that you're looking into is what used to be a chapel of some kind.
Okay. I'm going to climb down.
Okay.
Yeah,
Back
I
into the
look at.
courtyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the
Okay.
same.
Okay.
And,
So,
and I'm just going to tell the others what I just saw with the chapel.
okay.
And I
And
double
also, I
check.
got a question. Hey, Toad Speaker,
Yes.
is there any chance that your new found comrades could give us some insight into what's around the willow.
I wouldn't know, but I could ask them. But I will tell you, they're not of very high intelligence. I don't believe.
Well, it may not be high intelligence, but if there's danger under there, I'm sure that they would be. How can I put it? They're intelligent enough to realize that something can do them harm, and if it can do them harm, it can certainly do us harm.
I agree. I could. I'll ask them.
Okay. So as you croak your way with the toads, they croak back, and you get the sense that whatever's over there, they don't like it either. There's something over there, that whether it's the same thing or something similar or whatever, but it's something that kills. And again, they just avoid it, and they say you should avoid it too.
Yeah.
I also, when I finish talking with them, I want to give them the impression that we are neutral with them. We're not hostile toward them.
Okay. Okay.
Go up
So
and give him
what
a kiss.
is yeah, kiss the toad, damn it. What
Hmm.
is Brodus, what is your wisdom?
My wisdom is there. It is 15.
Okay. So while you're talking with these toads and you're sort of looking around, you realize that the this area over here, that you can see this bas relief, is it looks like a depiction or a statue of a dwarf of some kind.
Okay, I make a mental note of that, and
Okay.
I go back to our dwarven expert that was translated the door. Or
That's
wait, do we
Valdrin.
know? Yeah,
Valdrin the
did he
Whisper.
share that? Yeah, Valdrin, did you share that information with us?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Momentadin, for those that want to
Yep.
remember.
Got it written
I,
down.
I
Okay.
let him know what I found that might be something he might be interested in.
I'll come over and look at it. I'll stay a little distance from it. I'm not going to walk right up to it, but I want to have a look at it and see if
Okay.
I notice anything.
All right. So you can see that it appears to be a statue of a regal dwarf woman, wearing fine dwarven clothing, that is, for lack of a better term, has been completely destroyed by muck and whatever is the weeds, and you can see the stone itself has begun to crack as the weeds and stuff begin to penetrate into the stone itself. But a single word is carved at its base, and it says Finelil, Finelil, Finelil.
All
Um,
right.
it's carved at the base. And as you kind of approach to get close enough to look, you're maybe 10 feet away or so. The toads sort of nervously hop a little bit in your direction.
Uh oh.
Does the statue have a beard?
It's a dwarf woman, so I'm
I've
sure
just
that
always
it's
wondered if dwarf women have beards. I've never seen one.
it's not the most attractive if you're not into dwarves, but she appears to be regal nonetheless.
Hey man, I'm not kinky.
I got you. So, but
No kink.
yes. So as you're sort of you move and you're kind of moving left and right to kind of see what it says through the weeds and
Huh?
stuff like that. You manage to see it says Finelil.
Alrighty.
And the toads are moving closer to us as we're
Yes,
getting.
well, not us, him,
Yeah, me.
as they sort of, not all of them. There's like one or two just sort of, and then sort of hop toward, and they're sort of looking at you like, where do you think you're going? What do you think you're doing? Um,
I'm
so,
telling you, they were dwarves.
Um,
so,
I'll
but,
back away from it. I'll back away from
and
it.
as soon as you do, they sort of go back to doing whatever it is that they're doing. So,
Does it appear that perhaps their eggs are somewhere around the statue and that's what they're reacting to?
so
Or
that's
does it.
that's the impression you got, is that that statue or in the nearby vicinity of that
Mhm.
statue, there's probably a nest of eggs that they would
Want to protect?
would want to protect,
Mhm.
especially if what they say is true and something killed and ate some of their eggs already.
Okay.
So,
Well, I think we should maybe avoid that area for now, guys, and maybe check out the doorway to the east or to the north.
Okay.
When Aster would turn to the person who was on the roof who saw the little broken in glass. I think you said it was a dome.
Yeah,
That
so
would
That
be
hand.
it's kind of like a domed area where of a chapel of some kind.
They said there was some sort of creature or monster in that area. You didn't happen to peek inside and see what might be there or hear anything, did you?
saw only what looked like a ruined chapel, and there would have been some broken. I assume the remnants of the glass atop that had fallen in.
Right. So you know the place to be empty. Did you peek through this glass or?
That's all I saw.
Okay.
Where to now? Come on, brave adventurers, don't be
Well,
shy.
Go into the chapel.
And we're gonna get married. Oh, sorry.
Exactly. To some toads.
So you're gonna go to the chapel, or somebody had mentioned checking out the doors.
Which do you guys want to do first?
I'm gonna check out the chapel. Be
okay,
interested in that as a paladin.
that's fine for me. Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah.
I would certainly not want to have a large creature behind us while we explore the rest of this place. We should ensure it's empty.
And before we go in, I want to check: is it an open doorway or is there a door?
To the chapel?
Yeah,
It's actually there is a closed door.
I want to check it for traps.
Okay. Let's see that roll.
Hold on
Dun,
for just a
dun,
sec.
dun.
Let's see. The D percentage. Uh,
Ooh, say he made it.
Yeah. Find no traps.
cool. Is the door locked?
It is not. A little bit weathered, a little bit stuck, but not locked.
I just bow and say, "After you."
Okay, I'll open the door.
Okay. So you sort of peek your way in, and inside you can see that this whole open area appears to be an old chapel of some kind. It extends all the way up for both stories. And up top you can see, like I said, the remains of a shattered glass ceiling, most of the glass now buried in grass, rubble, and muck along the floor of this area. You can see that torn tapestries, rusted candelabras, broken benches, etc., and rubble strewn about. You see many fine frescoes that once have been on the wall have now apparently been not just scratched and mauled, but desecrated with unholy symbols and markings as this place has been razed. Um, like I said, where the altar once stood, now at the south end, is now just a shattered heap of muck and swamp, and it looks like just a huge mound of dirt has been growing there, or I should say, a huge mound of dirt where all the rubble and everything fell is now covered in almost like this huge blanket of swamp grass and reeds that's sort of growing out of the south end. Um, and as soon as the door opens, you see suddenly this huge mound of earth begin to shift and to move as you see these huge, massive plant paws begin to sort of detach themselves from the floor and the mound, and you see this humanoid creature made of moss and muck and slime, probably towering almost 9 feet tall, like a huge bear made of swamp grass and plants, as it sort of gives a hissing howl moan and begins lumbering toward you. I need initiative. I need initiative if you guys watch this creature come shambling toward you.
Never fought one of those before.
Ah, that's good. So, um, we're gonna do initiative as a group. So we'll just
I don't.
roll.
I don't guess anyone can speak with plants, can they?
So first thing we're going to do is let's go ahead and get initiative out of the way, and we will let Brodus.
Oh no! Are you sure you
Brodus,
want me
Yeah.
to?
yeah, we start at the top and work our way around. So we'll go Brodus, and then typically, I guess we should have sort of hammered this out earlier, but normally, one technique that I've actually liked is you roll initiative until you lose initiative, right? So Brodus is going to be our initiative roller, and then he'll roll initiative every time for us until he loses, and then it passes to the next person. So we're going to go.
Kind of like serving in volleyball.
Yes, so Brodus, then Aster, then Bannibal, then Valdrin, then Valorius, and Artheus will actually go last. And so, first of all, I need um, roll. Go ahead and roll for surprise first, Brodus. This one doesn't count. So the creature has rolled a 3. He is not surprised. And so, if I could get you to roll for me, Brodus, roll a
Sure.
d6.
D6, okay.
Roll a d6. A d6. Roll a d6. And neither is the party surprised. All right. And
Good.
so I'm just going to treat that as initiative. So therefore, the party has 1 initiative. And let's just go ahead and I want to make a note here on. See, I think I had it written down. Yeah, 230 hit points it's got. No, just
Yeah.
What?
Sounds
Oh,
about right.
kidding.
and I was worried.
Okay. All right. So, first of all, I'm not worried about who knows what about the monster or creature or anything. Just know that it has an armor class of 0. So go ahead and Brodus, or we're gonna. Actually, I take it back. We should have done this first. I apologize. But what is everybody's actions? Because typically in 1E, and this is for Aster's benefit, who hasn't played. Typically, we declare our actions, then we roll initiative. But in this case, I did it backwards. Apologies. But we're going to go ahead and do who does what actions first. So we'll just, again, go in that same order. Brodus, Aster, Bannibal, Valdrin, Valorius, Artheus. Just go ahead and tell me what your action is for this particular round. Brodus.
All right. I am going to hold my attack action. Uh, Basically, if he gets close to me, I'll attack. I'll attack him with a punch.
Okay.
But if not, I'll be last and throw a dart. If that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. We can say that you want to go, kind of hold yours to the end of the round. That's totally fine. I'm okay with that. Aster?
This looks like some sort of like shambling creature made of like vines. Is that what I heard?
Yeah,
So sort of,
vegetation.
yeah, like
Think Man Thing. You know, like Marvel Comics, the Man Thing.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
That's a
Gotcha.
shambling. That's what it is. The
yeah,
Man
Gotcha.
Thing.
yeah,
All right. Just want to make sure I had the visual correct.
yes.
Not fully. This creature being relatively large, I think it. I'm going to let my braver allies attack it up from up close, and I'm going to try to shoot it with an arrow from a distance.
Okay, so you're going to be firing your arrow.
Yeah, from my longbow.
Yep. And again, this is stuff game mechanics wise, but I'm not sure what you guys have done in the past. But I've always said that if you miss, especially indoors, consider that arrow lost. It's going to shatter and break on something. But if you hit, I let you recover those arrows. So.
Understood.
All right. So, Bannable. Anything particular that you wish?
Yes, I grab my holy symbol in my hand and I cast Bless
Okay.
on Valorius, Artheus, and Valdrin.
Okay. So you guys now have bonus. It's to hit and damage for bless, or is it just to hit? I forget.
Both.
Okay. Because I don't remember all the spells. So you're gonna have to kind of keep me up to snuff on what the.
Mhm.
Let me pull out my Go ahead. I'll
Yep, that's fine.
my
Yep, and
handbook.
then bannable, casting bless. All right, Valdrin. What about you?
Attacking with longsword.
Okay, and Valorius.
Same thing. Attack with my flame tongue
Okay.
longsword.
Now your flame tongue does additional damage. What? It's
Against, I don't think it's any of these.
right. I
It's
just for my own purposes. What is
yeah,
the?
yeah, well, it's a regular. It's a regular +1, and it's +2 versus regeneration creatures.
Okay.
Plus
Ooh, I
3
think these things regenerate.
They might, yeah. It might. +3 versus cold and flammable and avian creatures, and +4 versus undead.
Okay. Yeah. Nope. Nope. All right.
Okay.
And Artheus,
Going with my longsword.
longsword. All right. So now that we have that all going, go ahead and do our missile attacks first. So, Aster, if you would please roll your 20-sided dice.
Certainly.
And as an elf, you automatically get a +2 on your roll to hit with longbow.
I believe it's a +1 actually, isn't
Sure.
it?
I thought it were +2 on all bows, but you might be right. I put it
Well,
on.
it's a 13 on the dice, which according to my attack table, I think that will hit armor class 2.
Yeah, so this creature's armor class is 0. So what do you have to do to hit armor class 0?
I believe I need to roll a 16 for that.
Okay,
So that
so
sounds like a miss.
16, and even with the +2, with the 13, it would have missed. So,
All right.
all right, yeah, even with the 13, you would have, with the +2, you would have missed. So, as you fire, now that's only one. So, longbows, you get 2 attacks per. So, you get 2 shots.
Oh, okay. That is going to be a 17 on the dice.
17 hits. So, go ahead and roll your damage.
All right,
That's
and the longbow.
longbow or an arrow does D8 against large, I believe, for the longbow. Correct me if I'm wrong. I put it on your sheet.
No,
Is it
D6 and D6, unless
Is
it's
it?
some weird
That's right.
war arrow
You're right.
thing I've
You're right.
never
You're
heard
right.
of.
Yep, you're right. No, I was thinking like crossbow or something. Yep. All right. So,
D6 damage.
yep, correct.
All right, that's a 4 on the dice. Do I add anything to it?
You do not.
All right.
Okay. 4 hit points damage. Okay. All right. So that ends your turn. Bannable, you've cast Bless. What's the casting time for Bless, by the way? Just out of curiosity, is it just like one segment or something like that?
Yeah, first level spell, so I'd say one segment.
Casting time, 1 round.
1 round?
One round. Wow.
1 round. All right. So Bless will not go into effect until next round then. So he starts casting it right now as you guys watch him grab his symbol and begin to pray to Pelor to grant you guys success in your attacks. But since it does take 1 round, it will not go into effect until you guys come around next time. All right. Valdrin.
Before
Yes.
I was wondering if I could just get a clarification on something real quick. That first attack that I made me visible, correct?
That is correct.
Because my invisibility. All right, and
That
there's
is-
nothing you get for being invisible when you attack something, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now,
Cool. Just making
so
sure.
certain classes get like +4 bonuses and stuff like that, attacking or whatever. But to my knowledge, there's no bonus being invisible right off
All
the top
right.
of my head. So
Thank
that's
you.
actually a good question. I'm gonna have to look that up because I know there are certain bonuses for surprise attacking from behind. You get like +4, etc. But I don't think there is one just from being invisible. So, but good question. We'll look it up. Valdrin.
Hey, we're looking at the sword is a +1.
Yes.
And do I have any other bonuses that I can see?
Not that I know of,
That
unless you
I
have like a strength bonus or something.
won't list way. Just double checking.
Okay.
No, strength was 14, so I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought these had better than. So I don't have any of your sheets open, which I should. Let me go do that just because. Valdrin. Yeah, your Thaco is a 19. Yeah, so definitely did not hit there.
Let's see. Oh, well, there's
Oh,
that.
So
oh,
I thought you already rolled. Did I miss a roll or something? Oh, you got a natural one. I like it. You know, I really need to get
Oh
Tim
boy.
over here with Tim's
Crit
critical
tables, yeah.
fumbles. Yeah. Need to get him over here to see if he didn't slice somebody's leg off. So I need you to roll a 20-sided attack. And let's say that the next in line is Valorius. So let's see if you swung so hard that you didn't come back around and smack Valorius with your blade instead. So go ahead and roll a
Okay.
20 sided. Another
Beautiful.
one.
One.
I like
Another
it.
one.
I like it.
Oh my god.
So I am going to say that
Definitely missed.
you swung so hard that you lost balance on the slimy floor of this
Excellent.
chapel, and your feet go out from underneath you, and your sword goes clattering on the floor behind you as you are now laying prone, about 2 feet away from the foot of this shambling creature that is bearing down upon the party.
And you just hear me say, I bloody hate swamps.
All right. All right. And that leaves us, so Valorius.
Yeah, I'm gonna strike with my flame tongue sword.
Okay.
So I need a 16. I get +3 to hit with the magic, so no.
Nope. Okay. All right. So Valorius, you run up and you swing and you hack into it, and it's just almost as if um, the thickness of the plant life that are growing around this massive creature before you guys just seems to absorb everything that you have to throw at it. Anything else? Okay. And last but not least, Artheus.
Right. Guess- What? Hang on a minute.
You have a 16 to hit armor class 0. You have your +1 longsword, so it is a +1 to hit.
19.
19 hits.
There we go.
Oh
That's
yeah.
Go ahead and roll your D8 plus, I'm sorry, D12 +1 damage. This is considered a large creature because
Yep.
it's 9 feet tall, so it's a D12 +1.
Here it comes.
Just roll the D12 and
7 points.
7 hit points of damage. So as you guys are hacking away at it, Artheus finally manages to come up, swing his blade, and cleave through, and he actually gets a reaction of pain as this thing sort of snaps its head around and looks right at him. You see its eyes are sort of this watery, blackened void of bugs and things that are crawling in and out of where its eye sockets would be as its mouth sort of opens up and drips slimy seawater or swamp water as it sort of roars and takes a step towards you. Now that something has hurt him, how much did you say? 7?
7 points. I got his attention.
Yes, you did. As you managed to slam into it, as this creature you got its attention as it comes in, as it goes to slam its attack into you. So this creature, oops, I knew I forgot something. I need my monster hit table. I guess I should have had that handy when we started this. And okay,
We're all armor class -7.
and I'm pretty sure it needs a 20 for each hit. That's
is that what it is? Okay, yeah.
yeah.
See.
Going back 30 years, but I think I remember that.
All
Yeah.
right. All right. So monster. Where is my monster? I don't have a monster hit chart on here. It's only got the character ones on here. All right.
I got it open in my book.
Yeah. What's H hit die 11? I think it's like a 6 or something like that.
0 would be 10.
10? All right.
Yeah.
So, what is your armor class um uh Charlie? Aetherness? Artheus, what's your armor class?
-2.
-2. So, he needs a 12 or better to hit you.
What? That's it.
Yeah, well, he's a hit die 11. So, he gets 2 attacks. as he rolls a nat 1. Oh no!
Yay.
Oh
Yay.
no!
And he's dead.
But his second attack is a 15. As his second attack hits you. However, what I am going to do is I am going to, because he rolled that 1, this blow, whatever damage he does, is only going to be half damage.
We could say he hits himself.
No. So 7. So you suffered 3 hit points of damage as this thing, it sort of goes to
As he
step.
falls on my sword and impales
Yes.
himself.
No, he falls and suffocates you. So he falls towards you. His first blow completely whiffs, and he sort of off balances. But as he swings back with his arm, he manages to catch you in the shoulder, ringing pain and sending a shock down your bone at the force of the blow. But you manage to sustain. So 3 hit points of damage on to Artheus, and so we are ending our particular round. So, second round actions. Brodus, I take it. I'm sorry. You held yours to the end of this round, so go ahead and attack with your darts. Darts, you get 3 attacks.
Okay. Since he didn't come toward myself or Bannibal, I'm going to throw 3 darts.
Okay.
And go, what vile creature is this? And he throws his 3 darts. And I'm glad that I'm happy to say I've passed the curse on to somebody else. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
5,
Okay, 5 misses.
21.
21.
Wait. Oh wait.
Yep.
No. 16. Sorry.
16. What's your THAC&O? I think that's pretty close.
Okay. So no, it's not. Well, it says I have to use the thieves table for combat, and that's what I was going to ask you. Thanko for the magic user is 20, and Thanko for the thief is 19. So I didn't know.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
you
19.
go. You always on a multi-class, dual class. You always go with the better of the two. So, for example, Aster's a fighter magic user. His THAC&O goes with the
The
his
fighter.
THAC&O goes with the fighter.
Okay, so I missed with the 16, and I'll try it one more time.
Yep.
15. So missed with all 3 darts.
All right, all 3 darts. Usually, watch. It's like tink, 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 stuck right into the creature. But they appear to have done no damage. So now we are back to the top of the order. So, Brodus, what is your action?
I am going to hold again.
Okay.
Until he comes toward Bannibal or myself.
Okay.
Same thing.
Okay. All right. Aster.
I'm gonna perform the same thing I did last round. I don't seem to. Nobody seems to be on the verge of death at this point. I'm not going to dip into my spells.
Okay. And as the round begins, the holy light of Pelor begins to illuminate around the 3 identified individuals in your party, Valdrin, Artheus, and Valorius. You now gain a +1, additional +1 in your attacks upon this foul creature. And Bannable, is there any? What are your actions for this particular turn?
I think that's all I can do
Okay.
for this round.
Okay. All right. Valdrin.
Getting out of there. I'm gonna get up.
Okay. So your action will actually be to regain your footing, get up, and reclaim your blade. So
Yes, indeed.
that will be your action with no attack available. Valorius.
I'll give it another shot here.
Okay. And Artheus, I'm assuming the same thing as you
Same thing.
plunge your blade
Press the
into
attack.
it. Very well.
Yep.
Aster, go ahead and roll your attacks on the plant thingy.
Of course, here come the 2d20s. Looks like I get a natural 1 for the first shot.
Woo! I like it.
Oh
Very
man.
good.
Again?
Okay. This
I
is
should have
going to
just.
be a short game.
This is what I get for swapping over to the online dice.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Go ahead and roll your second attack.
Sure.
And let's see.
Second one's a 12 on the dice.
Okay, so both these arrows miss as well. I need you to roll a third 20-sided dice, and I need
Sure.
you to roll me a die 4 after you do it.
All right, well, that's
DM.
18 on the dice, and with a d4 of 3.
Wait, what did you roll?
You asked me to roll another
I
20-sided
know.
dice and a d4.
What
yeah.
was the result of the roll? Which one?
Well, the 20-sided dice was an 18, and the result
okay.
of the d4 was a 3.
All right. So what is so the 3? So that's one. So Artheus
Oh,
is a
boy.
-2. So fortunately,
no.
as you fire, and it's behind though. Ooh, what's your armor class behind? I forgot. You lose your dex and your shield. So
Oh, no.
Just my plate mail.
Yep. So plate mail for Artheus is armor class 2. And so Aster, do I have your sheet up here? No, let me get Aster's sheet here real quick.
It looks like I would hit a -3 with an 18.
No, no.
Or negative. Oh, okay.
Oh, you might be right. Oh, you might be right. I'm sorry. Yep. So yep. So you would have hit a armor class. So I need you to roll a die 6 damage as your first arrow. As you plant your foot, it slides along the floor, causing you to release it slightly early, and it hits Artheus in the back right shoulder blade
Great.
as he suffers 2 hit points of damage from friendly
What the
fire.
hell?
Hey, DM, did you say the Shambly Mound is on the ground?
No.
Okay.
Why did I say? Why would I say it's on the ground?
No, I thought that's what I thought you had said with the fumble.
No,
That's
no,
what I
no,
was-
no, no, no. He swiped and sort of was a little off balance, but then he came back and swiped the other way. But I allowed it only to be half damage as opposed to him completely falling over with his second attack.
I confess that I am not a swamp elf, and this terrain is not familiar.
All right. So once again, 2 hit points of damage to to Artheus
I marked it.
from the friendly
With friends
fire.
like you, who needs
Right.
enemas?
Indeed.
All right. So Bannibal, you haven't gone anything this round. So Valdrin, you've managed to scramble and pick up your blade, and next round you'll be ready to re-engage. Valorius, go ahead and roll your attack.
Here we go. Big one, boys, right here. Oh, yeah. That'd be a miss.
Oh man, you guys! No wonder they
It's
say
gonna be
that
a-
you need about 2 hours for every combat in 1E. Nobody can hit nothing. All right,
Yeah.
all right. Artheus, you are up, sir.
Oh, I'm up. All right.
As you feel the sting of an arrow hit you in the back.
And, oh, well, at least it wasn't in my butt.
No,
That would have
it
been really
hit you
too funny.
in the shoulder
Hit me
blade.
right in my
You can do
right
that.
buttocks.
Yes. Now come kiss and make the boo boo better. All right.
All right, swinging away here.
Don't forget you get a +2 now
19.
as you slice into the creature once again with
Booyah.
your blade. Go
This
ahead
is
and
how it's done.
Bannibal, did you look? Does Bless give on damage as well, or is it only for the attack roll?
Just attack roll and morale, if that ever comes into
Gotcha.
it.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. So
D12 plus 1.
D12 plus 1.
11 plus 1 is 12.
12 hit points of damage.
That's a good one. Well done.
Well,
Yeah, I said it's a solid blow.
You've knocked it down at least 2 more points. Oh, I forgot.
What?
Remember, it only takes half damage from edged weapons. Sorry, did I say that out loud? My bad.
I
Yes,
knew
yes,
it.
yes. As Pelor, his guidance is now pouring down into you as he opens up the monster manual and throws it at you and says, "Read it." All right. So all of the party's attacks having been done, the swamp creature now focuses once again on the 2 heroes before him. One swipe at Valorius, one swipe at Artheus. We'll go with Valorius first. 19 as it strikes you solidly with its blow,
Who?
suffering 7 hit points of damage from the swamp
Ooh.
creature's blow against Valorius. The second goes against a 12 as he easily is deflected, has his blow deflected away from Artheus as it ricochets off your shield, causing you no damage. And we are back to the top of the round. Actions next. And by the way, you guys are okay with keeping same initiative, right? Because a lot of people do initiative every round or every time. I just keep the same
Yeah.
initiative just to keep it going. Is that okay with you?
Do I
Yeah.
get my
Fine.
3 darts?
Okay.
Fine with me.
What's that?
I get my 3 dart
Oh,
shots.
see, I keep forgetting you're at the. Yes, you have to remind me because I am a clueless
Okay.
individual. So
No, you're good.
go ahead and roll your 3 attacks.
All right, here we go. Nope,
Ooh, so close.
nope, and no.
Yeah.
3 more misses, and now we are back to the top. So next,
I am going to continue what I'm doing.
okay.
Wait till the end of the
I
round.
think blunt weapons do full damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't know. Too bad you guys don't have. If you didn't bring one of those books on esoteric swamp creatures from the Greyhawk Library before you undertook this
Hero-
adventure.
Erroneous
So
just happened to divinely inspire that knowledge into his humble servant that
yes,
morning
okay.
as I prayed for him.
All right.
I
Yes.
have learned that darts don't do any damage. Apparently.
I'm pretty sure you
Yeah.
have to hit it with the dart before that. So, all
I
right.
know.
So, Aster. So your action is
This turn, a little disappointed in the effects of my arrow on it. I'm going to try to. I'm just going to use one of my magic missiles.
okay. You gonna cast a magic
Okay.
missile spell.
Yep.
Okay.
It'll work.
Now at a 5th level, I think you get. Is it 3 or is it 4?
It is 3,
3 missiles. Okay.
according to the text.
Yep. 3 missiles. Okay. So we're gonna do. Just want to update this magic missile and bannable. Your action for this round now. Now that you are free to.
Oh, yes, I do think. Hold on, let me check my pack. Yes, information on esoteric swamp creatures from the Greyhawk Library. I'm thumbing through. No, just kidding, just kidding.
Hit it with
I
lightning. Hit it with lightning. That'll do it.
Oh
I
my.
It'll split it in half, is what it'll do. I'll have two
Yeah.
shamblings to fight.
there room for me to get up into
Yes.
me.
Yes, there is. This is the room itself. The chamber you're in is probably 30 feet around or 30 feet to a
Okay,
side, roughly. So yeah,
I'll,
easily
I'll,
easily to get around to it.
I'll move up to be able to attack with my mace
Okay,
and have my shield.
gotcha. And I'm assuming Valdrin, you gonna re-engage, or are you planning something different?
Oh, I'm going to re-engage. What the hell?
Okay. And the same with Valorius and Artheus. I'm assuming you guys are just gonna keep swiping at it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, let us go back to the top. So, what is the casting time for Magic Missile?
It's one segment.
So it goes off as soon as you fire it. So go ahead and roll the D4 plus 1 damage for each Magic Missile, please.
Mhm. Do I roll it 3 times in this edition or just once, and then do it for each?
No, just roll 1 for each missile. So
Gotcha.
3d4 plus 3.
All right, so that's a total of 9 plus 3 for a total of 12 damage.
12 hit points of damage. You guys watch as Astor, in lieu of shooting Artheus on the other side of his body, elects to release 4 magical darts of energy as they blast into this creature, and you watch chunks of its flesh, of its plant-like flesh, erupt and go flying off in different directions. Nice hit. Nice hit. 12 hit points of damage. Awesome job. Valdrin, it is on you, sir.
All right, and I've got the blessing, so that'll be plus.
Additional plus 1 to hit, yes.
So that's plus 2.
Correct.
Come on, big money. Nah, I still miss.
Oh, so close. That was a 15.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your THAC0? 19? Man, so close.
Yeah.
I should really make easier creatures for this. I should make him like an armor class 10. Armor class 10 would make this much more fun.
Well, just
All right.
change it right now. Just change it right
I can do that, but it wouldn't be fair to you guys. Valorius.
now. I'll swing with my sword.
Okay. And while these guys are hacking at this thing, I definitely appreciate everybody that's coming
Oh,
to
that's a
watch
hit.
us. As
Woo.
everybody comes to watch us, nicely done, Valorius. Go ahead and roll damage. Don't forget you get the +1 on your sword. This is not a flame using creature or anything like that, or a regenerating creature, whatever. So
So that's 14 hit points of damage.
14 is that. Does that include the +1?
Yeah. So
Okay.
+3 for my strength and
Well, no, I know
plus
it's a hit, but for damage, right? What was
yeah,
your
no, damage. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
damage.
oh, I
Yeah.
got you. That was
Yeah.
every. That was just a dice roll. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Got
So
you. Okay,
so
sweet.
14 altogether.
Nicely done. As you slice into this creature, you guys see that this thing's starting to get to be taking wounds now. As you can see, its inner flesh up underneath this huge covering of matted plant life and swamp stuff. The mud and muck are still clinging to it as this thing is sort of slinging itself around, trying to swat into you. But again, the last couple of blows, including the magic missile and this blow by Valoris, you can actually see its exposed under soft part flesh beginning to get exposed. Artheus.
All right. Keep with my sword. Come on, lucky number. 16 +1, 17.
Plus another one is 18 because you got the bless.
Yeah, 18.
Your THAC0 is what, Artheus?
Um, oh
Your
Lord.
THAC0 is 16. You hit as your blade
Yeah,
hits. Yep.
All
Yeah, your
right,
THAC0 is
nice.
16. All right.
even without the bonuses.
Yep.
All
Even
right,
without the
so
bonus, you hit. So it's a D12 plus 1.
here it comes. What the? Hey, that was on the side. Ever see the die I just rolled to the side? The numbers are all skiddage, like 3, 4, 6, but it's all right. Fine. 3 + 1's 4.
4 hit
The
points of
side roller
damage.
sucks.
Nice. All right. Once again, you watch little bits of flesh begin to be hammered off this thing. It's still fully in charge of itself, and it still looks to be a full threat. Doesn't appear to be wobbly or shaky at all, as its big, huge, massive arms, or more like, just think of taking a huge chunk of sod and just whacking somebody with like a 30-pound thing of sod. That's what this thing is swiping at you guys. There are three of you in front of it right now. And you know what? Bannable, did I pass you? Did you? You said you were going to attack it, and I think I went right past you, and you never went to attack with your mace.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was moving up, and that was
You did not. That you should have been able to move an attack. I apologize. You still
Okay.
get your attack, so go ahead and attack with your mace.
almost sounds like a trap.
I would not do that to you.
I missed.
Okay. All right. So now there are four of you around it, so I'm going to roll a d4 twice, and it's just going to be in order. So it's going to be Bannable, Valdrin, Valerius, Artheus. Those are your four numbers. So its first attack is going against Artheus, and its second attack is going against Valdrin. So Valdrin and
Oh,
Artheus. Okay, so
Great.
first
okay.
attack 18 as it slams into Artheus
Oh.
with its huge club-like paw.
And
Uh,
it's mossy limbs
11,
that are so deadly.
11 hit points of damage as this thing pummels
Oh
down on top
crap!
of you, collapsing you almost to your knee, as it almost like completely collapses
11.
your. Yes, as it almost completely collapses on top of your shield. You just managed to fend it off, but still a serious blow.
Hey guys, I might be in trouble now.
And the second one, as it wasted so much energy, Artheus, Valdrin, you managed to dance out of the way as its
Woohoo.
second club like paw slams down to you, but you manage to, like I said, you manage to dance out of the way, and it slams into the earth, and you watch as this huge splash of water and muck go flying everywhere from the force of the blow. And we are back in our round. Oh, sorry, Brodus. Gonna have to keep reminding me, dude. Every time I get there, I'm like skipping people. All right, Brodus. What's the plan, dude?
Brodus is throwing his darts again,
I
and
like
he's
it.
like,
Let's. Are you keeping track of these darts? Because pretty soon you're
"Yep,
gonna be out
I've
of
lost
darts.
6. I've lost 6.
Okay.
He's
Here
got a
we
pouch
go.
of endless darts.
You might as well be throwing plastic straws at it. I mean,
Finally a hit.
Nice.
Rolled a 19 on one of them.
19
I had my,
hits. Need to clear those out so that because I'm looking like, oh, we got a 42. Wow, that's a damn good hit.
Oh, if you click on the 6-sided, it
Yeah.
shows the
Oh yeah,
total
no, I do.
below.
I knew that. I saw that, but I was
Oh,
just like,
okay.
whoa, how do you get? Okay, so 19 hits with the first dart. Go ahead and roll your other 2 attacks, and then we'll do damage all at once.
I did. It was 10 and 13.
Okay. Oh, 10, 13, 19. Okay, so finally you hit with one of your darts. Roll me a d2. Die 4 divided by 2.
I don't see a D2, but
No, d4. Just roll d4. So
okay,
d4 divided by 2.
of course.
You did a half a point of damage. Just kidding. You did 1 point. Minimum 1 point every time. All right, you guys are actually starting to bring this thing down. It's almost halfway to its hit points.
Oh.
What? It's not my fault. It's got a
Kinda like
high armor
me.
class. Yeah. All right. So we are back to the order. What are our Brodus?
I'm optimistic. I will continue.
Okay. So you've lost another 2, but you'll keep going. Aster?
Does it look like there would be room for me to get into melee with this thing?
Yes. Yeah, you guys can get around it easily because, like I said, it's sort of like right in the middle, like right here.
Right.
Right? It's like right
Sure.
there. So you guys can like here, 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 here. So you can get around it easily.
Perfect. Yeah, if it would be I know flanking isn't a thing in first edition, but if I
Yeah,
could get into
correct.
a flanking-like position with my allies,
Absolutely.
I would really like to
Absolutely. Now, that said, flanking is not a thing. However, if you attack, for example, Artheus has a
do that. Oh,
shield
yes.
and he has plate, right? And it has
Mhm.
dexterity bonuses. When you attack somebody from behind, no shield, no dexterity bonus,
Oh,
right?
really?
So if you have like a 18 dexterity, attacking from the front, you get a -4. Attacking from the back, you don't get that anymore. So it's much easier to hit somebody from behind. Now, this case, the creature, its armor is based on the thick padding of its body and whatnot, so it
Mhm.
doesn't sort of fall into that. But
Right.
normally, it could be that way. So,
Good to know.
so you are going to be melee with a longsword, I assume.
Yes, and I believe I would be two-handing that.
You'll be two-handing it. Okay.
I believe that's how that works.
Yeah, you can. Yep. All right. So, Bannable, you're still attacking with the mace or something different?
Now I'm going to cast Cure Light Wounds on
Okay. What's the
the pummeling 5 segments.
5 segments? All right. So you guys rolled. It rolled a 3. So in the 8. So after everybody goes, then it will go off, and the healing will hit Artheus. So the last thing that'll happen this round will be Artheus getting healed. Okay.
Okay.
All
Yep.
right. All right. Valdrin, Valorius, Artheus. Anything different other than your longsword attacks?
We'll see.
Okay. Let's go then. So, Brodus, you're holding yours, and so Aster, go ahead and roll your longsword attack.
All right, I'll attack with my +1 longsword, and I rolled a 13 on the dice.
Okay, 13 on a dice, +1 on the longsword is a 14.
Plus 1 on the longsword,
Yep.
and +1 on me.
Yep.
As
So
well.
yep. So that's +2 total. So that's a 15. Oh, your attack goes to 16. So close. So close. Hate it when that happens. I'm sure
What the
glad.
fuck
I
you
am
do?
so glad.
Oh,
For
well.
those that don't know, our player playing Aster today, Adam and I game face to face,
Yeah.
and you don't know how many times I said I want to check your dice because he would roll nat 20s like a dozen times a game, and I'm so glad he elected to use electronic dice because they're sucking for him. So that's all right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud, but
Oh,
anyway.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Don't
Oops.
sugarcoat it. Tell us how you really feel.
That's fine.
This is revenge for all those 5e rogue grits.
Yes,
It's okay.
sir.
Yeah. Hashtag
Exactly.
sorry, not sorry.
Exactly. I'm just moving this in a little bit more. So, all right. So Aster goes up and swipes. You manage to hit into the thing, but unfortunately, the thickness of the plant life surrounding it, it appears to absorb that blow. Banible's casting his Cure Light Wounds. Valdrin, go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay. And the bless is expired, correct?
No.
No,
round.
it's 6. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I thought it was more than
In that
that.
case.
Okay.
And so close and yet so far away. 17.
Oh, what's your THAC0? 19? Oh,
Yeah.
so
Or
close.
hitting, yeah, 19.
Yeah. Valorius, don't forget to add your +1 into your attack as well.
12. That is a hit.
Hit.
I need 16. Yeah. So yeah.
What did you roll?
Because of the bless.
Oh,
Because of the bless.
That's right. I forgot you get a +2 because of your strength too. Nice. Absolutely
Yeah.
hits. So it's a D12 plus +1 plus
3.
+3. All right.
So
And the stream is back.
All right, good deal.
Sorry, folks. I don't know what happened. It's like right in the middle. I looked down. I was like, nobody was talking. I'm like, can you hear me? And then I looked down and it says reconnecting. I said, damn it. So, yeah. And I got good internet too. I don't know why it keeps dropping on me, but, that's okay. I'm going to go talk to my son, tell him to quit streaming when I'm streaming. All right. So, Valorius, you did, was that including your pluses? Was 8 including your pluses, or was that
No.
8 on the dice? So 8
12
plus
out of
4, you did 12 total?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So again, you guys can see that this thing is starting to take damage. It looks like it's getting fairly worn down, although it still looks like it could kick your ass if you let it. And we will go to, Artheus.
Right.
And watch where you're swinging, Valorius. You knocked me offline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only did 12 hit points of damage on the monster. Come on.
Okay, swinging the wild one. No whammies, no whammies. 4.
Nice whammy.
God,
You
I
got
knew it
the
was going to
whammy.
happen.
You got the whammy. Yep. Exactly. All right.
Okay, well, at least I didn't hit anyone in the party.
All right. So yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Looking
Next
at you,
time I'm just
Aster.
preparing. Next time I'm just gonna prepare like 20 magic missiles. It'll be fine.
So this attack is going. The first creature's attack is going at Valorius.
Oh.
The second, both creature attacks are going at Valorius.
Oh, jeez.
All right. First attack is a 15. What's your armor class?
Minus 70. 0. It's 0.
And the THAC0 is a 10, so the first blow hits. And a 10, the second one hits as well.
Ooh.
So you're about to have your ass handed to you. Sorry.
Ouch.
13 hit points of damage as both of these things slam right down on top of you, pummeling you backwards, almost knocking you off your feet. But you manage to recover in time to defend yourself and fend it back. Fortunately, I'm hoping, I'm not lying, Valorius has not fallen. But you do suffer 13 hit points of damage.
Okay, I'm down to 15. Okay.
Okay, cool.
He comes in now, right?
Yes, and the Cure Light Wounds now hits Artheus.
Do I roll that, or do
What
you
hits
roll
me?
So Bannable cast Cure Light Wounds.
Oh.
Bannable, it's up to you. You want to roll it? I prefer players roll their own spell stuff.
Oh yeah, points.
You get 8 hit points back
8 hit points on who?
on you.
Me? Okay.
You recover
Thanks.
8 hit points. as the spell, as you feel the unfamiliar feeling of another deity's energy permeating your space.
feel so violated. Ew.
Yes, but
I
it's
know.
Hey,
you're like
could have been
Hey,
you
perfect.
could have
I mean,
touched
really.
yourself. You could have
yeah.
touched yourself. Just saying.
You took me out on a date first, you know.
Yeah,
Buy me dinner.
Buy
exactly.
me dinner first, yeah.
Okay, Brodus. Again, I
Okay.
apologize. I keep leaving Brodus out of this. I don't know why I keep forgetting about you, dude. I don't know what this is, but
That's
I'll
okay.
let you get in there.
I'm used to it. No, I'm just kidding. Um, hey, can I specifically aim for a target like his eyes?
If you want a called shot, it's going to be at a -4.
Oh, never mind. But that's good to know for the future. Okay, so I'm gonna throw my darts
Okay,
with optimistic anticipation. In. Here they go.
that's a good word.
Well, one is going to hit somebody.
Awesome.
Oh Lord.
Go ahead and roll the. Go ahead and roll another. As three of your darts go flying by, one of them sticks right in the back of.
6 or 9, I can't tell.
That
Oh,
is
it's
a
a 9.
9. Okay, so fortunately your dart misses because it wouldn't have to roll for to hit anybody because it wouldn't have hit anybody's armor class anyway. As your dart goes flying off, and completely misses for this particular round. And we're back to actions. What are we doing?
Well, Brodus is a patient man, but he's losing patience with
Okay,
his dart.
okay,
And he looks at Manable and says, "I'm sorry, friend. You're on your own for now. Our companions need me." Not
Um,
knowing that he's not going to be any effective up front, but he's going to go and run toward the front
okay.
and
Oh
attack.
no.
He can run 19
Yeah,
feet, so
his is 19-inch movement. So yeah,
right.
he's
So I don't
way.
know if I can get behind him, if that's going to make a
Yeah,
difference or
you
not.
there is enough squares around. There are 9 square or three, four, yeah, 3, 6, 8 squares around this thing, and there's only 6 of you. So you guys can definitely attack it from all sides. Not a problem. And just so you know, Bannable has long since left you behind and is up there engaged in melee with the creature from the back or from the side anyway. So,
Oh, right.
but you knew that. But you knew that.
Right.
So you're going to go up and you're going to hand-to-hand combat this thing. I like it. You're going to reach in and pull out its heart. Is that what I'm hoping? Aster?
Yeah.
Kano. Kano
Aster?
wins.
With a roll of 1, I'll probably
No.
pull out my neighbor's heart, but
All
hopefully not.
right.
It's like in the new Mortal Kombat movie.
Yep,
Kano
exactly.
pulled out Reptile's heart.
Yep.
When,
Okay. So
when,
Aster, you are I'm assuming you continue longsword.
Yes, let's continue this course of action.
Okay. Bannable, I'm assuming you're going to go back to your mace.
I'm going to cast another Cure Light Wounds.
Okay. And
But also, whenever I hear Brodus trying to speak to me, I mumble a little underneath my breath, thank Paylor, because his darts suck.
all right. And I'm assuming Valdrin, Valorius, and Artheus, I'm assuming the same actions.
yep.
Okay, let's go. So, Brodus, as you rush up to join your friends in melee, you do get 5 attacks per 4 rounds, right? So you're going to have to keep track. So this is attack number 1. So on the 5th attack or on the 4th round, you'll get a bonus attack.
Okay, I will keep track.
Okay, so go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay, I am going to roll to punch it,
Okay,
and here we go. Oh man,
tell me you rolled an 18, right?
yes,
Oh,
sir.
as you hit. I like it.
Woohoo!
I
Oh,
like it.
that
It's your
hits.
yes. Your Thaco is 18. You have a
No, it's
THAC0 of
19.
18. No, your THAC0 is 18, and you do d6 plus 1 damage with your open hand attack.
Okay, sounds good.
Paylor for guiding him.
It's about time you joined it.
5.
5 hit points of damage.
And I'm wondering to myself, why can't my darts be the shape of my fist?
All right. So as you hit it, you instinctively know that you hit this most solid blow you could possibly hit on this thing, and you can see that the reverberation of the liquid that sort of comprises this thing, along with the plant life that are sort of keeping it together and however its ecology works. But you're like, I don't think I hurt this thing at all. And
Mm-mm.
up to next, Aster.
Okay. That's not good.
All right, snip, snip. Let's trim the hedge. Oh, ignore the second dice. I rolled a 17 on the dice.
All right, so
Uh,
17 plus 2 is a 19. I believe
mhm.
that hits, doesn't it?
I believe, well, a 17 hits -1.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah, so
think
your tackle,
a 19 will.
your tackle's a 16, so you hit. Go ahead
Right.
and roll d12 plus 1.
D12 plus 1. Hey, 13
Thir-
points of
nice. Look at
damage.
that. 13 hit points of damage.
Woohoo!
Oh, it's coming
Uh,
back. I can feel it. The luck's coming back.
Nice job. Nice job.
Just got to keep
All
chanting in
right,
Latin
so
over
as you
this.
chip away at this thing, you're watching this thing is now like, it looks like sort of this blackish ochre fluid that's sort of seeping from it in all places as you guys are literally, as you put it, Aster, trimming the hedge as this thing looks severely beaten and ragged, but it fights on. It is not gonna go down without a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Bannable, your Cure Light Wounds is being cast right now. It'll go off at the end of the round. Um, Valdren.
Alrighty. Uh,
D20 plus 2.
miss.
15. Oh, just barely misses once again as you slice into it. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear like you did any damage to it either. Valorius, you're up.
No bless now, right?
No, it's still going. This is like the fifth round, so I don't think. Yeah, this is number
Okay, still.
5. I think you got one more after this.
Ooh, no. That'd be.
Nope. As you
Yeah.
miss. Oh, glad it wasn't a nat 1. Thank goodness. All right, and
Yep.
up to you,
This is not good.
Artheus. Up to you. You could take this creature out. Let's see you take it out.
For me to save the day. Here it comes.
Here it is. Here it is. Big one.
Here he comes to
Eight.
save the
Yes,
day.
so close, but so far no, as you miss as well. All right, so
Completely missed.
are we keeping the same
Come on.
actions that we're gonna do, and we can just roll into the next round?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the last round of bless. All right, you
Let
did
me
say
roll
6,
for
right,
heal.
Banner? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Roll
Yeah.
the heal for Valorius, please. Thank you.
7.
7. Valorius, you get 7 hit points back.
Thank you very much. I'm back up to 22 if you know that, Dean.
All right, thank you. And now the creature's attack. As he attacks Valdren.
Oh,
And
Wah,
he attacks Bannable.
wah, wah, wah.
So first attack on Valdren is a 2. He misses Valdren. Easily misses Valdren. And a 10 hits armor class 0. So the 10 hits Bannable as the second huge claw.
It didn't hit me.
No, the second huge paw comes down and he does 6 hit points of damage to Bannable from these bludgeoning meat hooks of plant life that are sort of hanging off of this thing. Okay, now we can go back to the top. And you are up, Brodus. Brodus, go ahead and roll your open hand attack. Again, this is the second round. The second
Okay.
round of your attacks.
Here I go. And I am aware that I feel like I didn't do any damage to it the first time, right?
That is correct.
So I'm striking with my other hand as
Okay.
if I'm trying to test what's going on.
Okay.
What is wrong with this?
I know the dim Mac. I learned it. I saw it on TV as you strike into it. And once again, you see that the ripple effect of your solid blow against this thing, but it doesn't appear to harm it at all.
I'm gonna be like that guy on the movie 300. Father, you lied.
Aster, your attack.
All right, one longsword attack coming right up. Ooh,
20.
that's not gonna hit.
Oh,
It's a
so
10 on the
close.
dice.
10 on the dice, a 12 total. No, as your longsword misses. As you guys start to feel fatigue to get set in. Hannibal. Yeah, that's right. You already did yours when you do this round. So, Valdrin.
Time to do it again, man.
Okay.
Let's see.
And double dog dairy. I don't think you can take it out because I just don't think thieves know how to take things out.
I don't know if I have it in me, man. We'll see.
I have faith you do.
Yes.
You got a 19
Nope.
or 19.
Oh,
No.
16. So close. Valorious, your attack, sir. This is the last round of Bless, so you get your +2 still.
In the name of Zagig, I strike this creature down. Damn it.
No,
Nope.
so close. No. Last but not least, Artheus. Can you be the
Right.
one?
Let's
Can you be the
see.
one as this thing is staggering?
Yes, I can. 18.
18
Yeah.
hits
Well,
as this
Yay.
thing is staggering.
Very nice.
Slam down upon it, sir.
All
Roll the
right, slam it
damage.
down with my dice. It is
D12,
the
D12,
slamming
D12 plus 1.
3 points.
3? Oh, I
Um,
like it. I like it. Not quite. Not
Oh,
ah,
quite.
can I take a mulligan?
No, you cannot. As the
All right,
creature
fine.
now attacks, as the creature now attacks, he attacks Artheus
Of course he does.
and he attacks Valdrin. Valdrin and Artheus. So the first one against Artheus, natural 20.
What?
Oh.
Natural
Oh, this is
20.
gonna hurt.
oh no.
One,
What?
1, 3, 6 hit points of damage. Are you serious?
Oh, thank
6
you,
hit
Lord.
points of damage from a double. Oh, see, I don't have crit tables. I don't have crit tables. I just roll and double. So I'm gonna have to talk to
6
Tim and get his crit.
Wow.
Oh my
God's
gosh.
Take your time. Take your time.
6 hit points of damage and a 15. He also strikes Valdrin.
Ah.
3,
God's
10 hit
on
points
that.
of damage to Valdrin as this thing slams
Alrighty.
into him. And we're back to the top of the order, Brodus.
Okay, Brodus is disappointed in his effect on this creature. He is going to cast a magic missile.
Oh, okay. It goes off immediately. Nah, you're
And he
5th
goes,
level, so you get
enough!
3. So you just roll 3 die 4 plus 3 hit points of damage.
He says with anger, enough! Ten points of damage.
10 hit points of damage. As you guys watch and you hear him, the voice of your companion Broda scream enough, and these magical darts come blasting off of his fingertips, slamming right into the chest of this shambling mound creature before you as it literally explodes its chest. The creature stands there with like a hissing roar of pain for a split second before whatever energy it was that bound this creature together just sort of dissipates, and you watch this thing slump to the floor and just like a whoosh of water, slime, and grass, and it is no more of you have vanquished your foe.
All right.
As you stand there huffing and puffing.
Next
Good
time,
shot.
the holy men kiss the dwarves, and we send them in after they turn back from being toads.
Yeah. Whatevs.
All right, so whatever this creature was, obviously you called the shot. It is a shambling mound, as you guys have defeated the shambling mound, and you guys can now see that this thing had a huge like mound of earth and dirt, sort of like a gathering of um, all of
Mhm.
its treasure and stuff that it may have gathered from wherever it was wandering around. It just sort of aggregated into this big clump of gunk up underneath where the actual creature was.
Is there any frog eggs in there? I heard they're tasty.
No, no, you don't find any. Oop, where'd it go?
Anything
Sorry.
that Anything in there that might look like magic items or anything shiny like treasure?
Yeah, Bannibal, while you're rooting around down there, Bannibal.
Hang on just a second. I have to. Where is? Okay. I have to get back to my notes wherever I had it.
Well, while the
And-
DM is searching his notes and while everyone else is searching for magic items, I'm going to recover my 2 arrows that hit something.
okay. Um. So as you guys go, kind of searching through um, this mound of stuff, you guys managed to find a huge little pile of copper and gold. You find a set of statuettes made out of jade. Appears to be one male and one female dwarf in nature. You also find what appears to be well, not appears to be, it is a buckler, a shield in very fine condition. It's held up very well for however long it's been here. Even though it's kind of covered in muck and stuff like that, you can see it's very finely made. It's got very fine engraving all around it. Um, you also find a two potions and two bone scroll tubes, both of which are not sealed. I mean, which are sealed. The seals are not broken.
Okay, I'll
Interesting.
check. I'll check out the shield if.
Okay.
Hmm,
So
if I
it
can-
is. It's exactly that. It is a shield. It's a buckler. It actually has a strap where you can attach it to your arm. So you don't really have to like hold it and carry it, but you can walk with it bound to your forearm, if you will. And like I said, it's got very fine engraving on it, and the more you look at it, the more it looks arcane in nature in these engravings.
Hmm.
Okay. Can we tell if it's magical?
I mean, if anybody has a detection of magic, you can definitely tell if it's magic or not.
Hmm.
I need to detect it before I identify
Mages? Think you got to detect magic in your thing somewhere?
I do have one casting of it prepared. And,
Now the thing is, though, when you detect magic, it's not just on this one item, though, right?
Right.
right, it's in
It
it.
would be anything that's in a pile or
Right.
within a
Right.
range. I forget what the range of the spell is, but it's within a
Right.
range.
I'm pulling it up right now. It lasts for a little while, and I could do the entire pile here, as I understand it.
Yep.
Um, hmm. A turn
So
is 10 minutes, correct? Or is it
Yes,
1
that
minute?
is correct.
All right. All
So,
right. Since we do have so many little things here, I'll go ahead and use my detect magic for the day to just take a
okay.
look and sort the magical items from what isn't.
Okay. So pretty much everything shows up magical. Well, the shield itself or the buckler is magical. For note purposes, you now have a +2 buckler. I'm not going to worry about identify spells for this type of a campaign. So you have a
All right.
+2 buckler. The potions, you find a potion of healing and a potion of plant control.
Oh,
Ah,
oh, that's too late.
Yep.
Yeah.
mhm.
And in the two scrolls, you find that they are magic user related spells. They're not clerical in nature. One scroll is a scroll of magic missile, and the other one is a scroll of. I'm sorry. Yeah, two scrolls. One has a spell of magic missile,
hmm
and the other one actually has two spells in it, and it contains dimension door and spectral force as
Ooh.
spells.
Nice.
on one scroll.
What's that? Yeah, so the two bone scroll tubes. One of them had a single spell. The other one had two spells on it.
Oh, yes. So there's 3 scrolls in total. Gotcha.
Right.
So, DM, two quick questions.
Yep.
How big was the huge little pile of copper and?
So just for game purposes, 2,000 copper and 500 gold, along with the matching jade statues, one male dwarf, one female dwarf.
And the second question was about the statues. With my limited knowledge from my family about dwarven stuff, is there anything recognizable about the statues, or are there any engravings on the statues?
You can actually, as you look at the statue, first of all, on the bottom of them, there's a stamp of a shield, if you will, or of a heraldry that you don't recognize.
Okay.
Um, but there's a name on one says Fenelil, and
Okay.
the other one says Duflick.
Duflick. Add that to the list of names.
Yep. So the female says Fenelil, and the male says Duflick.
See, and I was
Alrighty.
gonna suggest to look at that compared to that with that other statue.
So
Yeah, and is Fenelil on the female statue?
that is correct. That is correct.
So it matches the sculpture that was outside. In other
That is
words.
correct.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
that
correct.
sounds. Yeah. Hey guys, does anybody else want this plus two buckler that has a poorer armor class than I have? So I have an armor class 0. Does anybody want this that's, can use a buckler and, has a like an armor class higher than that?
Yeah, I could use a buckler, I guess.
You don't have a shield already, Paladin?
I have a shield. A buckler is a shield.
Yeah, this is true. So you could swap out your shield from a +1 to a +2, so your armor class will improve by 1.
Yeah.
Hmm.
If no one else wants it.
Right.
Yeah,
Adam's
no,
like,
if you, so what's your armor class now then?
So Valorius, you should. I mean, if you take the buckler, your armor class will go down by like a lot, right? So
It'll be -2, but I'd rather,
okay,
if,
yep,
if
that makes
somebody,
sense.
if our paladin's armor, what's your armor class right now?
-2.
Oh, so maybe I'll keep it then, so I go down to -2 then.
Okay,
Yeah, you'll probably need more than I do.
Okay.
okay,
Yeah,
and
if
I don't think
everybody's
I can
okay with me
use it.
taking that, that's
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take that and I'll go down to -2 then.
okay. Just make sure you note that on your sheet and remind me as
Yep.
well because I don't have mine. Okay. So yeah, so the rest of is
Oh,
like I
remind you. I'll remind you. Don't worry about that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I'll
So the rest of it is like I said, mostly just a ruined chapel that you guys are in, and doesn't appear to be anything else of value in here that you can see outright.
All right. Well, if
I will
nobody
look.
has any objections, I'll take the scrolls for the time being, and I think the potion of healing should probably go to whoever doesn't have one on them.
Does anybody not have a potion of healing? Because there's one healing and one plant control.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I would. Who's gonna take the magic user scrolls?
Oh, you're a magic user as well, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you want to split them? Is there one that you prefer to have?
Um. Well, I would talk with you, and I would say, let's see. I would say either spectral force or dimension door. I would like one of those.
I see no issue with that. Take your pick.
I will tell. I will take dimension door,
All right.
and I will hold on to
DM,
that.
Yes, sir.
If I have.
can I tell what deity was in this chapel or who was worshipped?
So what's your wisdom? Pretty high, right?
17.
So as you sort of doing a little bit of search around, it looks to be Moradin is the primary deity here. Although you do find a couple of the minor dwarven deity symbologies here, or the iconography, but the majority of it looks like was dedicated to Moradin based on the tapestries, albeit they're torn, ruined, and completely um, desecrated. Um, you can definitely tell that the primary deity for this particular area was Moradin.
Hey, Bannibal,
Yes.
you're a holy man, so it follows that you must know something about the unholy. There were all kinds of. I believe that they said there was unholy and blasphemous writing, and they're facing the room. Can you tell anything about the authors?
I'm looking at the writing.
So most of it is generic in the sense that it's designed to ward off good, right? So it's sort of to overpower the good with the evil iconography. However, you are definitely sure that it's abyssal in nature. So demonic,
Mm,
abyssal of some sort.
okay, I can read that.
Yep. And so, although normally in game I would whisper, but this has the underpinnings of the faceless one.
Hmm.
And the faceless one translates to Jubilex for those that don't
Lux.
know.
Yeah.
I relay that to everybody in the party.
Oh, great.
Well, good thing we have holy men with us.
Yeah,
All right, I'm done. Time to go home.
yeah, for real.
I got my beer. I'm ready to go. So, all right. So, how are we all doing health wise? I know that Valorius and Artheus took a pounding a couple times. Bannable, you took a little bit, I know, but
I took
So
10.
I'm gonna imbibe one of my regular potions of healing.
okay, go ahead and roll for your. I believe it's 2d4 plus 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, people.
Plus two.
Plus
Plus
2.
two.
2. Okay.
Yep.
I'm still learning. I'll get this stuff back. I haven't played this in 20 years. 30
Eight
I'm
years.
gonna
hit
retrieve.
points.
I'm gonna retrieve my one dart that did hit. By the
All right.
way,
I'm going to give you half your darts back because this is a plant creature and they kept hitting it, but you were missing. So I'll let you get half back
okay.
because I'm going to be nice. And you get 8 hit points back, Valorius, from your healing potion.
I'm back up to 30.
Perfect. All right. That should last for 1 round in the next combat. Okay.
I was gonna say I'll go ahead and take my I'll take the healing potion that I just got too.
Okay.
And
2d4 plus 2.
okay. Plus 2 is going to be
6 hit points back.
6. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Cool.
But I'll do the same. I'll drink my healing potion.
That's what I love about combat. It's just suck down all the resources.
Yep.
Wait till we get down to the new one, to the tough stuff.
Here it comes. 5, 7 points.
7 hit points back. Nice. Okay.
We're gonna need a lot more potions if we're gonna face Jubilex. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
like
pretty
like
sure.
a barrel full of them.
I am not that bad of a DM. I would never face. So where to now?
I
So you guys find yourselves, you're healed, you're sort of rested a little bit, took a little snack, but time to be moving on. It's you've only been in this place about 30 minutes and you've almost died once. So do we want to continue on, or do we just want to go back and say we found some place and we don't want to go any further?
Hmm.
Did Valdrin share with us any information about the statues?
Yeah, I told him it. Everything that he told me, I told you.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Unless.
suggest to Valdrin.
Hmm?
I was like, Valdrin, maybe that has something to do with the frogs. Perhaps we should go converse with them about it.
We didn't ask them about the statue, did we?
About the no,
Anything about the statue?
no.
Let's go out and talk to them.
We're gonna go back and talk to the frogs. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys walk your way back out. As you're walking out onto the main path, by the way, I just kind of want to give a quick description of the garden itself. Um, let me find. Where's my description? So the courtyard itself has become overrun with weeds and wildflowers, and in the center of the courtyard, you can see the statue of a dwarf sitting in the center, a large willow tree providing cool shade. Underneath the willow tree, between the willow tree and the statue, which the willow tree, by the way, is. Let me get my little drawer again. Is this thing right here? That's the willow tree right there as you guys walk out past it. So right in this area, you guys um, see that there is this. Let me get the description so I can read it for you. There's a mound of wet looking vegetation under the tree, and a tiny pair of boots can be seen poking out from underneath. Flies and bugs buzz all about. And
Hmm.
as I described before, the eastern end of the courtyard contains a fabulous example of stone lattice work, and can through it can be seen the garden and its inhabitants, a uh, a nest of large frogs. And then at the north end of the courtyard, you can see a set of steps leading up into the keep itself, where there's a set of ornate double doors leading to the interior. So again, as you guys walk out, and I should have had you notice it before. I just didn't think about it as you're going into the chapel. You guys see that, like I said, there's um, a mound of like huge heaping mound of vegetation and under sticking out from it's almost like some big huge plop of something dropped on top of a small creature in its boots, kind of like on Wizard of Oz, Wizard of Oz, where the witch got hit with the house, the little
Yeah.
boots sticking out from underneath the house. That's exactly what you see sticking out from this vegetation. Um, as you guys sort of walk past again, you can see the flies and everything buzzing as you walk past and go to re-enter the garden itself.
What's it smell like?
From here, you can't really smell anything. If you wanted to smell it, you'd have to get up close and personal with it.
You remember I got up close to the. This is where the statue was, right?
No,
Okay, my
no, no,
bad.
no, no. So where you're at, so let me draw right here. So here is the yes. So here is the statue. Okay.
Okay,
This is oops, sorry. Yeah, this is the tree right here.
okay,
Right, that's the tree. The vegetation, the big huge hump of vegetation is like right here, right between the two, right? So it's right in that zone right there. And like I said, you see this big, huge mound of vegetation under the willow tree, and there's a little set of feet, booted feet sticking out from underneath it. Over here is where the statue of.
okay.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, they can't see it on the game map. I'd have to. Let's bring it back in a little bit here so they can see it. So right there is right in this spot right there is where you guys see the that's where you saw the female dwarf bas relief in it's set into
Cool.
that wall. That little brown line down the middle is a wall that's about 5 feet high that separates two halves of the garden. And there's a statue on this side that you could see. The other side you don't know, but on this side you can see that there's a little statue of a female in on this side. So
Hey
So,
guys, I gotta take a bathroom break.
okay, go ahead and take your
Be
bio,
right
and we'll
back.
just talk about this and keep moving.
so
All right,
who's doing? Who is talking to frogs again?
that would be Brodus.
Okay, Brodus, you there?
Yes. Yes.
I've got an idea. Ask your froggy friends whose feet those are, and ask them if they know anything about the statue and the woman on it, the dwarven woman.
Do you want me to tell them that we found it?
No, just tell them. Ask them what they know first.
Very well.
Let's find out what they know before we tell them what
So
we know.
as you're talking to the frogs, they have
Yeah.
no idea what you're talking about. They have no idea about this statue. It's been there long before they were here, and they don't know what those feet things
Purpose.
are or whatever are underneath the
Have the
tree.
feet always been there?
As long as they can remember, yes.
While he is distracting the frogs,
Okay.
um, would it be possible for me to, while invisible, try to sneak over to the statue on the right of the map?
Yes.
To
If
just
does somebody have a DMG handy? I mean, I have one, but I'm too lazy to look it up. Let me look up and see. Um,
What are we looking at?
the detection of invisibility based on hit die of monster.
There you are.
oh,
So I'm not worried about it. I don't think they're only like what, 4 hit dice, whatever. I don't think
yeah,
they really have enough to like
sure. And
dragons and
if
stuff. Those are the ones that
and
get
and
really
and
sensitive.
Yeah.
if they start to move towards me, I'll back away. But I
Okay.
want to see what
Okay.
what we didn't see over there
All
earlier.
right. I need you to roll me. Hang on. Let me see here real quick. What's the check that I would want from Aster? Um, give me a petrification polymorph saving throw.
Okay. Um. Yeah. Do I just roll a d20 then?
Just roll a d20, and you have to get an 11 or better. That's your save throw.
Well, that's a 13.
13. So you manage to save, and they don't smell you, and you don't like leave tracks that they can see. as you carefully move along the track on the exact opposite side of where the female statuette bas relief is, there's an identical
Mm.
one on the other side of a male. However, on that side, buried in the muck and mush, you can see that there are several eggs in some kind of
Mm.
a nest, slightly covered. At the base of this statue is the name Duflik.
Hmm. Interesting.
Sorry, that's the one that's in the middle of this courtyard.
No, that's the one that is over here in the garden. So there's
Oh,
there's a wall,
Yeah.
and then where the X is on the wall over here is on one side is a female dwarf statue. On the other side of the wall is a male dwarf
oh,
statue.
oh, right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yep, you're
And
fine.
they match the statuettes we found inside.
That is
Right,
correct.
right.
And the only other
Could
thing that you can say is that there's a nest of frog eggs at the base of the male statue on his side.
Mhm.
And so it
And
stands to reason why when Valdrin was moving up to read the female, they
Mhm.
like, all right, he's getting a little too close to the other side. So they kind of gave him that little warning shot over the bow.
of course, I just want to note the names down and see if I notice anything odd about the statue that might be like any sort of mechanism that might be, you know, built into it or that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
no, you don't see
Okay,
anything. So give me
sure.
roll a six sided for a secret door check. So roll six sided dice. 1d6 means you find secret.
Well, I rolled 6.
Yeah, no, you find no secrets.
Okay.
Yeah, so just as you're aware, an elf automatically notices
Yeah.
concealed on a 1 and 2 dice
Mhm.
6. So if there's something concealed and I have you roll a dice 6, you automatically just to walk past it, you notice concealed doors and concealed things on a 1 or on a 2 and 6. Oh, I'm sorry,
Right.
on a 1 and 6. You can find secrets on a 1 or a 2, and then you can find concealed things on a 1, 2, or 3. So you can just walk by
Understood.
something and you notice it. So anyway,
And lower is better. Yes.
that is correct. Yep,
All right.
lower
Just
is
making
better.
sure.
Yep. So, anything else that we want to investigate in the garden or in the courtyard, or where are we going next?
One last question for the toads.
Sir?
Brodus, ask them if they know what lies beyond the chapel.
um, the white death.
Oh.
Promising. Can they elaborate, or is that all they can say about it?
They just call it whatever they are. They call them the white death.
Well, it's a plural, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know there's more than one of them, and they're called the White Death.
Yep.
And back.
Yeah. They just all got killed by a lightning bolt.
Oh, great.
Just sorry.
Good game.
Good game, guys. So
Yeah.
let's move it along. We only got an hour and a half to finish this thing, and you haven't even cracked the upper level yet. So let's go.
Hey, we're being
Mhm.
cautious here, man.
You are being a bunch of pussies. Let's put it that
Wow.
way. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love
Well.
first edition stuff, man. I love it. Takes a little while, I understand, but I'm enjoying myself, so it's all that matters. All
I
right.
know.
So
I will, by the way, just to make sure that it's clear to the party, I will relay the name I saw at the statue and ask anyone if that means anything to any of them.
okay.
Yeah. What was the name of the male dwarf again, Sean? Sorry.
Duflik. D-U-F.
Duflik, yeah.
Yeah. D-U-F-L-I-C-K. I'm sorry. L-I-K. Duflik. No C. Because it's very important. Spelling matters.
That statue, and it was a male statuette, and then the man. Where did I just put my note?
I don't know.
Then you had the female, and
Correct.
those two matched as well.
That is correct.
Those were what was it? Fendril, I believe.
Vanilla.
Fenelil.
Fenelil. Got it.
Basically fine lil, right? So
Got it.
Finelil. So, but it's pronounced Fenelil.
Fenelil, and got it. So that was the female
Correct.
that is in the garden, and also the statuette.
That is correct, sir. So you guys find yourself standing in this garden area. Again, you see the statue of Duflik, apparently, or at least some dwarven lord, standing in the middle of the courtyard, underneath the shade of a willow tree, and there's this big clump of vegetation plopped down on top of what looks to be a small person's boot, booted feet sticking out from underneath it. You can see doors leading into other aspects or other areas of the keep itself. For example, you guys can see over here. There's a door. Here's a door. Here's a door. Of course, you've got the double doors here, and you can see up there's a set of double doors here. Um, but yeah, so you guys can kind of see all of that from where you're at.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of nudge those feet with the tip of my sword. Just
Okay. Dun,
nudge these out.
dun,
Yeah.
Uh,
dun. I didn't want to say it, but I need
Treat tape alive.
I need as you go to move toward the feet, you get about 5, 6 feet away. Suddenly, the vegetation begins to shudder and shake,
Okay.
and you
Oh.
watch as these fronds of vegetation that's like has these little prickly things on them, almost like rose thorns and stuff, but it's completely covered in sort of this matted goop stuff as this plant comes to life. This giant sort of for lack of a better term, what's the sunflowers? Is that what they are? The big orange ones with the
Yeah.
big it's like this big huge sunflower looking thing literally erupts out of the vegetation mass, and dozens of these little thorny and sap covered fronds lash out at you. And since you're the only one close, I need you to roll initiative for me, sir, as 6 of these fronds attack you.
and meanwhile, I'm like, so shall we go face the White Death?
All right. Who was up there kicking it? Was that whom? Was that you,
That was me,
Valorius?
Valorius.
All right, that's
So
what I
I
thought.
rolled a 4.
All right. Let me get mine. So you rolled a 4. I am going to roll a 2 as you get the initiative. Even though I should have rolled surprise again, I'm still getting used to this. But you managed to get initiative as 6 of these things lash out after you, and a few dozen more of these things sort of spin themselves up. And you can see that there is like dozens of these fronds that could attack every single one of you were you to get within
So do we want
range.
to get? Do we want to get the hell out of here then?
Yeah,
Guys?
that's a good idea. I
All
second
right.
that.
Well, if you're
Get
gonna
out
go,
of there.
if you're gonna try to rush out, it's still gonna get a free 6 attacks on you as these 6 fronds attack you. So it's your call if you want to either attack them or just sort of bail.
I'd say bail.
I think it sounds like that's the best idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get my. Does somebody
But
have
as I run
any?
away, I hold my buckler behind my back.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Hey,
Just run backwards.
what is the THAC0 for a hit die 8 creature?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, somebody had the chart up. That's what I'm saying. I don't have it
I
handy.
did. I gotta find the page again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me what page, and I'll bookmark it on mine because I can't.
I dang it. It could take me a minute or two to find.
All right. So I'm just gonna roll, and we'll know whether or not it hits or not, right? At least we
I'll
hope
look
so.
at
Well,
my Desert Master.
if an 11 hit dice monster, it was a 10, right?
Yeah.
So
So
it's
an
probably like a
8,
13,
so
14 or something.
14. Let's go at 14. So the first one miss. Second one misses. Third one misses. I know I'm doing it. Fourth one misses. Fifth one misses.
You said level
Last-
8?
Yeah, it's a hit die 8.
So it's a 12 then,
It's
actually.
a 12.
Oh, all right. That's right. I'll just go with. I know at least 2. I saw 113 and a 19. So 2 of these fronds hit you as you backpedal and try to get away from this giant sundew. 2 of its things managed to hit you. Yeah, it didn't close. So This is actually a pretty cool creature for those that have seen. So each hit only does die 3. So you take 0 hit points of damage. As because I rolled 2 4s and a 4 is equal to a 0. So 2 of these fronds manage to hit you and lash onto you, but you manage to break free and pull away, get out of range. As you see, however, this thing is sort of slowly just sort of as it sort of pulling itself along on its fronds really, really slow. Probably has a movement of like a third of an inch or something like that. It's like really, really, really slow movement. However, you do manage to get out of its range, back out onto the sidewalk, but it looks like it's like pursuing you a little bit. And as it's moving, you can see that underneath its vegetation is the skeletal remains of a halfling in leather armor. Has a backpack, has a pouch, has what looks to be an old rusted short sword, a couple of daggers tucked into a belt. But from all looks and appearances, this whatever or however long it's been there, it is now skeletal. So it's probably been there quite a while. However, as you guys are all sort of standing, like looking at this thing right about here, um, it's over here. It's slowly like moving towards you guys if you decide to stay and wait for it. So what do we want to do?
Do we hear all the commotion?
Yes, you guys. I mean, you guys are all right there, right? So everybody's right there. And you can kind of see as Valerius walks up to go kick the boot. Suddenly, the whole plant life underneath the tree comes to life and lashes out at him as he backpedals to get out
Yeah,
of the way.
we'd better leave. I don't think the toads are going to be too happy either.
No.
Okay. All right. So where we headed off to is this thing slowly.
You need to probably destroy this thing. It will pursue us, perhaps.
Quick, it moves slow.
It could be
So-
undead. We could just have the priest turn it.
Yeah.
Does this is this one entity with like multiple
Think
little
of it as
things? Okay, cool.
anybody ever watch the original War of the Worlds?
Yeah.
What the
Mhm.
big bear-like creature with all the tendrils coming off it is like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's think of it as a big, huge vegetative body, and all its fronds are its sort of. That's how it gets its locomotion going, right? It's all its fronds sort of dig into the earth and sort of pull itself along. But there's so many of these things. It's like 6 attacks for every person that it can reach, right? That's how many fronds, and it's like unlimited. So if there's 20 people attacking it, it's going to have 180 fronds to lash out at somebody. So,
Yeah, I think we should take off.
but they only do die 3 damage. It's not like they do a lot, but death by
Still,
by
a
a
resource
thousand
trade.
cuts. Yeah, exactly. So where you guys headed to then? We gonna head up to the keep, or we gonna head across to check out like this area over here? Where are we headed to?
You want to go to the double doors, guys? You want to go?
Mm.
Quick, double doors or White Death? Do we go back in the through the chapel and meet the White Death?
Well, there's nothing in the chapel.
There was no door on the other side of the
No,
chapel.
there was not. There was no exit from the chapel. If you look in this
So,
area
so
right here, it was all.
okay. So where was the White Death
They
supposed
were
to be?
saying over on this side of the castle somewhere.
Okay, cool.
They don't know where, but on that side, they knew that the White Death was over there somewhere.
Alrighty.
I would suggest, in order to ensure this thing doesn't pursue us, that we go. I don't know if you can see me circling this. That we go this way. Just hopefully it'll become inactive when it loses sight of us, and we don't have to
Well,
deal with it.
that being said, you can get there easy enough because you can't be seen. But if they get anywhere near
Oh,
the eggs, then
okay.
Yeah,
anywhere
that's
on
what I
that
meant
side,
about
The exhibit are down here.
that's what I meant about the
Okay,
Or
toads being
yes,
unhappy.
correct.
we
got
can
you.
lure them to the toads, unknowingly.
No, I'm actually quite fond of the toads.
Yeah.
Let's just get out of here. Double doors.
All right, so you guys are going here or here? Which double doors?
Which works for you guys? Let's
That
do it.
We do
the
both.
southern ones or the eastern ones?
I go with the eastern ones.
These ones up
Either
here.
one, I'd like to check for traps on them. Either one.
Okay,
That's good.
you guys move your way up to the double doors, and as you get right up to it, You can see that there are arcane markings all over the door.
Oh, gee.
And you can, and the wizards immediately realize that these doors have been wizard locked
Oh boy.
Oh, wonderful!
Woohoo!
I think I have that one memorized. I gave you a list on
for.
Discord General because you forgot to ask us what spells we were going to have
Oh,
memorized.
yeah, true. Yeah, I was just
I
thinking you were
put
going to
my
mark
list
them down.
up there.
All
Yeah,
right.
I put my list up there already for you, and knock is one of them.
Hmm.
All
Good
right.
call.
Clutch.
Let me get
Good.
back here. Um, yeah, you have comprehend languages, magic missile 3 times, continual light, knock, monster summoning. Now, knock. What is the? Is that automatic or is that something? It's up to a certain level. So let's see
Well,
if this.
first, do I know that a knock may have an effect on this
If
before I use
if
it?
you know knock, then yes, you know. I'm gonna say yes. You would know that it's effective against like wizard locks and stuff like that. So
It's one segment casting time.
right.
It says spell will open stuck or held or wizard locked doors. It will also open barred and otherwise locked doors. It
Okay,
causes secret doors to open.
gotcha. I dig it. Okay. So let
Uh-huh.
me get my.
Utilitarian mage has come
Look
to
at
you.
you. All
Hey,
right.
Out of curiosity, DM, because I'm not certain how holding actions works in this game, but would it be possible to hold a spell in case I saw a particularly obviously malevolent entity
No,
once this door
only
is
only
thrown open?
when you're
Okay,
in only when you're in combat you can say that I want to
gotcha,
delay my action. Same thing as
gotcha.
hold action, but it has to be like during combat type stuff, right? It's not like, oh, I'm just gonna wait and then if something happens, I'll have it ready.
Sure.
No. So. And by the way, DM 221532, I got your message in Discord. Definitely a good idea. I wanted to make them a little bigger because I couldn't read their names before, so that's why somebody in I guess chat had mentioned since you guys aren't on cam, I can have your images smaller, and then I can have a bigger map to work with.
Hmm.
But it's sort of a formality to show the map to me on here. Although you're right, I would like it a little bigger because my players can see it as big as they want. They can zoom in and do whatever they want on Owlbear. But
Albert.
definitely take it into account, and I'll check it out and see about making my map a little bigger. But definitely a good idea. Thanks. So find a way to do your names so that they can be seen better. So all right. By a magic user 4 levels higher. Boom. Cool. All right. Okay. So all right. I know they say it's supposed to be by a mage 4 levels higher, but when I read the knock, I read the same thing, right? So I read that you can cast, but again, this is playtest, so we'll see how it goes. So as Brodus, I'm assuming you're casting the knock spell.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the spell sort of you hear this loud clang as this knock spell slam. Knock is actually a rather loud spell, like knocking on a door, if you will. And you can watch as there's almost a shimmer and a shattering sound as the wizard lock spell is removed, and the door just sort of slightly opens.
Slightly ajar. Okay. And I look to the person who was in the lead. I'm not sure who was leading. And I bow and do my arm kind of like a, okay, here you go.
Okay, that would be Valdrin. Valdrin, you leading the way into, or is somebody else leading the way into the keep proper?
No, I think Artheus is.
Artheus, you taking point?
Yes, I'm taking point.
All right. So you all enter into the keep proper, and these double doors lead into what appears to be a great hall of some court or of some sort. A long, low table stands in the center of this great hall, adorned with many fine plates, cups, and cutlery. The food that remains, however, is rotted and molded, and the chairs are broken and smashed. A large throne chair sits atop a single step platform along the north wall. A huge tattered tapestry hangs behind the throne, and actually, because it's partially pulled away, you can see that behind the throne is a small niche of some sort. Seated on the throne are the remains of a dwarven skeleton still replete with noble finery. Its position suggests that it was actually placed here as a mockery to the dwarven clan. Several more skeletons lie about, though most appear to have been taken apart piece by piece and thrown randomly about the room. As you enter, suddenly there's a shimmering light in front of you, Artheus, and the shadowy, spectrally images of two dwarfs wearing ancient dwarven armor, pristine in fashion, although it's extremely old by your eye. They stand with very ornate weapons. They have axes on their backs, but they have large spears cut to dwarven size as they stand there. And as you come in, they form a cross with the two. As they suddenly you hear them speak in a ghostly voice, speak the name of the lost clan and enter with humility. Fail, and you shall depart.
I'll say it.
Say it.
Momodrin, or whatever that word was outside.
Waldron.
Okay, this is the
What's
part
that?
where it's like Evil Dead Part 3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
really.
As you say the name and you butcher it, they just shake their head and say humans, and they fade away, and
Yay!
leaving you open to enter. And as that happens, suddenly from across the room you see another shimmering light, and a ghostly figure appears basically in the exact same spot where the skeleton sits on the throne, only now you can see the ghostly image of a dwarven king sitting upon the throne, and through him you can see the skeletal remains as well.
Hmm.
So I'm sorry. So Sean, there's a ghost-like figure in front of the skeletal remains of the dwarf.
So he's sitting on the throne with the skeleton. So basically, if you imagine the skeleton's there, and suddenly a ghostly figure of who used to be the
Oh,
skeleton is now sitting in the throne, but you can still see the skeletal remains there.
oh, okay.
Right?
Thank
So
you.
you can see through him.
Okay,
Bad
thanks.
description, but that's what you
No,
see.
no, to me it's good. No problem. Okay. And is it doing anything? Is it or just
No,
sitting there?
as he just sort of is kind of waving and shimmering there, waiting for whatever. If you remember
Hmm.
what the dwarven
One of us,
guards said when you walked in.
one of us speak dwarf, right?
Yes, Valdrin the Whisperer, I
Very
believe.
terribly.
Yes. Isn't it great when you have the most trustworthy guy is the rogue
Translator and the translator.
and the translator.
Hmm.
So
So,
So,
do we want to ask? What do we want to ask?
well, you're from where you're at. So, according to what was said, it says that um, speak the name of the lost clan, enter with humility, which you translate to
I'll,
approach the throne with humility.
yeah, so we would bow or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah, bow our heads or something as we yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But from here, no. More than likely, the king would not want to be spoken to from the doors. You would
Yeah,
think that
well,
he would want to be spoken to as a
I'm gonna
king.
go up.
Okay.
I'm gonna approach with my head bowed,
Okay.
and I'm gonna kneel.
Okay. You hear sort of a wind, a moan, if you will, and as you sort of look, as your head's bowed and you're sort of kneeled, you can see the figure rise from the throne chair, and walk, although he's not walking, he's more gliding across the dais as he stops, and you hear a hushed, whispered voice, "Rise, my son, rise." As he sort of puts his hand down and sort of bids you to stand tall.
And I follow his instructions.
And so he sort of looks you up and down. He looks at the rest of the party as they approach.
Do I get the sense that he makes eye contact with me even though I'm invisible, or do I?
No, you're not really
Oh,
sure. He's sort of looking
okay.
at everybody. It's quite possible that he knows you there, but as far as you're not 100% sure.
Just gonna try to make myself scarce.
um, he he begins to sort of speak and says, "You are welcome to Clan Mumantaden. I am Lord Duflik, last reigning heir of this place, before the destruction of the Faceless One was wrought upon us. Long ago, in the time before time, when the lands of the West still warred, we were visited by an ancient wizard. Unbeknownst to us, he carried with him an artifact known to contain essence from the Faceless One. The Faceless One sent his demonic forces to retrieve it, and we were failed in our ability to stop it. You must complete this task for us. Retrieve the item, and I would ask that you retrieve my remains and return them to my brothers at Caracast, that I may sleep and leave this hellish place forever. Will you accept this charge?" And he's sort of just waiting there for an answer.
Upon my honor and my oath to Heronius, I accept that charge. It's a noble cause.
Beneath, beneath this keep are the mines. Within the mines, there is a demon, a Nabasu, who grows in power, with each death he consumes more power. Soon he will be able to leave this place and wreak his vengeance upon the nearby cities. This must not happen, but beware. There are many between he and you who would stop you. Beware the undead ones who walk the halls beneath the castle.
Hmm.
Fear not the tribe of lizard creatures beneath the keep, for they seek only shelter from their slave masters of the Underdark, the evil drow.
Oh
Perhaps they
boy.
could provide you a boon of safety and perhaps weaponry if need be. But beware the Nabasu. Beware the Nabasu, as he slowly fades away.
The Nabasu.
So the story goes that there was an ancient wizard who visited this place. He had some sort of a relic or an artifact that contained the essence of the Faceless One, Jubilex. And obviously, Jubilex wants it back. And the Dabasu, once he is free to roam, will be able to retrieve the device and either take it back or whatever. So that is sort of the story that you've agreed to undertake. So, any questions about what we're doing or where we're going forward?
So that this creature, it was a Nabasu?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
it is a demon that starts relatively weak, and with each kill, it grows in strength. And when
Yeah.
it reaches a certain level, if you will, it all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, they're
So
very nasty.
they are very,
Yeah.
very nasty.
I just want to make sure I got the name.
Yep.
I'm familiar with it, unfortunately.
Yep. So that being said, as I explained there before before Lord Duflik spoke to you guys, within there is the table. It's got all the cutlery and fine finery kind of laid out. Um, there is a huge tapestry that apparently at one time held the story of Lord Duflik, or at least the clan itself, but it has long since been sort of half shredded and torn down, revealing a niche behind it. And in the niche, you can see that there's a like a bunch of treasure stuff tossed back there. So what that is, you still have yet to see, but um, I'm not sure if you guys want to go for that or we're going to go and try to handle this Nabasu down below. What do we wish to
Hmm.
do?
Well, I think we should see what's behind that, I guess.
Okay. All
Agreed.
right. So within the niche itself, you guys probably the biggest thing that you find is a small little chest of coins. There's not a lot of coins. There's probably a dozen gold, some copper and silver. But what's interesting is the minting. The minting is something unlike you've never seen before. It's like ancient minting. So probably would fetch a pretty penny for coin collectors and stuff like that because it looks extremely old and it's got dwarven markings on it. Excuse me. Similar shield emblazoned on it that you saw with regard to the clan itself, right? So it's obviously clan minted coins and stuff. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot back here. The plates themselves look pretty decent. Probably fetch a pretty price if you wanted to kind of collect that stuff up. But yeah, other than that, it's kind of disappointing what's in the niche.
What are the coins made of again?
You actually have 10 gold, 15 silver, and 10 copper. They were all in this like small little coffer. But like I said, they're ancient minting and stuff like that. So
So do we want to search the rest of this upper, or do we just want to start trying to the stairwell down and get going on that, guys?
I'm for the stairwell. Let's see what's on the lower level.
okay,
I'm stashing those coins, by the way.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I vote for the stairwell.
All right,
We have a demon to vanquish.
you have a
That's right.
demon to vanquish. Okay.
We've
All
taken on that charge. We got to get it done.
right.
Yep.
All right. So you guys leave this door, and I'm assuming you head this way. Am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as you guys kind of walk past on the left-hand side, you pass by what in this area here, what looks to be a training center. You can see a lot of, even though they're broken and fallen, you can see fighting dummies where warriors would get out there and beat on the dummies and stuff instead of each other. Right next to it, you see that there is a stable, or what used to be a stable. It stinks to high heaven. The rotted straw and everything, and all the stench of the swamp gas going up there. There is a loft, but the ladder that leads up to the loft is long since rotted and fallen away. Anything we want to do with those, or are we just going to continue on? And again, I don't say this stuff just to prompt you to think that there might be
Yeah.
something there. I'm just kind of asking
Continue.
you guys. Do
I
you?
say continue.
Okay. Um. So let's see. What else do we want? So as you guys step through the far door, again, the inside doors are relatively easy to open, even though they're stuck a little bit and swollen from the moisture. As you guys step through the next door, you open into a hallway left and right with a door directly across from you. Um, this looks to be some kind of a hall of heroes because this wide hallway depicts bas reliefs of numerous dwarven heroes in action. Most of the statues themselves are broken or pulled down or destroyed for whatever reason, uh, but there's still a couple of them that are at least in decent shape. What's interesting is at the very far end of the hall, there's a bullseye set up on the wall, and there's a spear stuck in the bullseye. And for everything in this place that is dilapidated and fallen apart, that spear actually looks to be still in pretty decent condition. From this distance, it looks like your a typical spear made out of solid wood. But yeah, it's definitely something interesting in the fact that all the other wood is basically dilapidated, rotted, falling apart. But it appears to have held up over time. Now, was it here when the doors are here? I don't know. Could have been somebody just passing by that left their item behind because they didn't want it anymore. But be that as it may, you see this spear sticking. Um, anyway, and directly across from you, again, you can see that there is another a door leading across. So move this over a little bit. It's kind of where you guys are. So what to do? What to do? What to do?
Okay, how far we is the just to recap, the spear is opposite us basically,
No, the spear's down to the left. You can see this little
down
thing,
to the
this
left.
little brown thing sticking in the alcove up there.
Let me just we would have to if we were to go to the spear, we'd have to go down and then take a left is what you're saying, right?
Well, you're already right here.
Let me check for traps right quick.
Okay.
You want to check on that opposite wall there, like as if
Yeah.
the spear came out.
Where are you checking at? Oh, down here.
Permission to speak freely.
Where are you checking at, Veldrin?
I'm gonna check hey Monk, can I get some backup on this?
Brodus, wake up. Brodus got sidetracked.
Damn.
Oh, we lost Protus.
Somebody stole Brodus. That's okay. You
I'm
tell
gonna go
me.
Brodus
ahead
is
and
here. Brodus is
Hey,
here.
hey.
Brodus, check the wall opposite the spear, slide along the wall and get to there. And check it for traps, and I'm gonna check the floor for traps.
Well, sorry, I was in the restroom.
Oh, just tell us, dude. We would have known. That's good.
It
All right,
only interrupted
so.
the flow. Okay,
All right, I have a
here we
cat
go.
attacking me, and I don't even know what I did. Stop.
All right, here I go. Find and remove traps, 40%.
What? 40%?
Yeah, that's what I have, 40%.
Dang. Y'all are good.
All right, let's see. That would be 2 10s. Or just 100%. Yeah, the 100 die.
Yeah, we could do the 100 I do.
12.
All right, and Valdrin, you rolled a 60,
Yeah.
and your find remove traps is.
Let me go back
I
over.
want to say 62. Is that what it was?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys
Wait,
both.
it was 50%. My bad. Find and
50%?
remove traps.
Okay.
50, yeah.
All right. So as both of you sort of search along the wall in your respective spots, neither of you finds anything that would indicate any kind of a trap.
Okay.
I give a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Dungeon Master,
Yes, sir.
has it been 10 rounds since I cast Detect Magic?
Yeah. Yeah, 10
Okay.
rounds. 10 rounds is 10 minutes. Well, it's basically a minute, really. No.
Oh, I thought a round
10
was 10
minutes.
minutes. Okay.
No, a turn is 10 minutes. A segment 6 seconds. A round is 60 seconds. 10 rounds would be basically 10 minutes, right? So one turn, right?
Gotcha.
So yeah,
Understood.
it's been more than 10 minutes.
6 turns is 1 hour.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
See, If I go,
Yes.
if when if I approach the spear, is there anything particularly noticeable about the spear
As you get
up close?
closer, as you get a little closer to it, you find out why it's held up so good. It's made of hornwood and it is
Nice.
extremely well fashioned. And the entire tip of the spear is set with silver. So it is an extremely nice spear. It is extremely well made. It probably was not here because it's not doesn't look dwarven in make. It looks more human type make. So it's possibly somebody was here and threw the spear at this bullseye, or they put this bullseye for whatever reason. Um, but whoever used to own it no longer does apparently. But it's just stuck here, right in the middle of the right in the middle of the bullseye.
I'm of two minds here, gentlemen.
You guys are so distrusting of your DM. I don't understand it.
Either that would be a valuable weapon to assist us, or removing it could cause somehow great terror.
Dun
Mhm.
dun dun.
It might also be something we need to defeat the demon.
That's what I mean. It could be a great boon to
Thanks,
us,
Tim.
or it could bring disaster.
Do we have any great reason to believe that this could be of use to us?
Silver head, hornwood shaft. We know
There-
that there are undead and fiends down there. Silver is always a good thing, right? Or has Banible's religious teachings have they failed me?
Hmm.
Banable, you've been teaching me about your faith and about being good. Surely, you would not mislead me by saying that silver is, great proof against evil.
Against some evil, it is. Not
Undead and
all
demons.
evil.
Well, we'll certainly regret leaving it behind, and we may or may not regret taking it with us, so why don't we just take it with us?
I think we should take it with.
And who will
I
be
agree.
yield it?
Let's take it.
Okay. You grab a hold of the spear, ready for anything. Comes out rather easily, and now you have a nice hornwood spear with a silver tip.
Who has it?
Whoever wants it.
Hmm.
I'd say Valorius or Artheus would be the obvious
Yeah,
choices.
I would take it, but I already have a magic weapon.
This doesn't appear to be magic that you can tell. It's just a finely crafted spear with a silver tip.
That's stuck in the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I can strap it on my back, have it. If we need to throw it at a distance, I can have it with me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look behind us and see if that tree is still following us.
No, you can see it is not.
Just had to be sure, DM.
Okay. No problemo.
I'm just going to quickly take a look at the hole that the spearhead was in. If there's anything odd there.
Nope. Nothing that you can see appears odd.
Yeah, I'm not sticking my finger in it or anything like that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Whatever you guys want to do. This is your game.
All right.
We're not. It's not like we're on a time limit or anything like that. But hey, that's okay.
Yeah. So, what do you guys want to do? I think we got to go.
I'm just teasing you guys. You take your time. Whatever you want to do.
I think we got to go through that door on the east wall to hit that stairwell. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah, you don't necessarily see it there, but it's a makes sense. I'm not
Yeah.
worried about showing you the whole map.
Are we doing that, guys? We're going down.
Yep.
Okay.
Is it dark?
Eh. Oh, hang on. Say that again.
Is it dark or is it lighted?
Oh no, it's dark. No, it's definitely dark, and it's actually kind of dark in here. Although the roof itself allows light to come through, just because that is mostly collapsed, partially collapsed. So there is light coming from outside into the keep. However, as you open up the door, you can see that there is a hallway running to the northeast tower, but there is also a flight of steps leading into the dungeons below. Dum, dum, dum.
Plus, night is falling by now, isn't it? Or is it starting to?
I would say you guys have probably been. It's probably, let's say, 5 o'clock. Say 2 hours in here, give or take, 2.5 maybe. So the sun is definitely on its westward trek, headed down. So the daylight is getting long, but it's still enough to provide at least dim light with inside. But now you guys look, you can see below it is dark and
I have a
dingy.
question, DM.
Sir?
Uh, continual light. Can I cast that on an object?
Yeah, I allow that.
Have torches too, you know.
Yep.
I have a lantern.
Yep. We have lanterns,
I
we
got
have
torches.
torches, we have continual light. Yeah,
But
so
yeah, we have it. By all means, use that continual light. It's the best source by far.
unless you hit magical darkness and it snuffs out continual light, but that's
Mhm.
just,
Well, yeah, but
I'm just saying.
then we're screwed no matter what because torches sure won't work there either.
This is true. So, what are we doing?
So I
Hmm.
want to ask the party. So, gentlemen, should I cast continual light?
Yes.
Who would like to wield this power?
Hmm. Mm. You
Perhaps.
could cast it on someone's shield or something. Or no,
Yes.
cast it on like a rock, and then you can throw the rock
Yeah.
down the hallway, and it'll just light up everything.
Yes, that or at least something that you could conceal if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Like a dart.
Hmm?
I could cast it on my dart.
A
that'd
dart, sure. Yeah, cast it on
that's
your
fine.
dart. Throw your dart down the hallway and or into a room. And lights everything up.
All right. So I cast continual light on a dart.
Okay. You now have a continually lit dart. I believe that is that a 30-foot circle that does it, or is it a 60-foot circle?
Um, 6 foot radius globe.
Oh, 6 inch or 6 foot?
6 with two hash
Yeah,
marks.
that's
So that
6 inch. So that's like 60 feet.
6 inches.
Yeah, pretty bright.
I need to step out for a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so that's basically 60 foot around. That it provides you with a bright, well, not bright, but it's basically torch light, 6 feet around. Okay, so now you have torch lit, and you can see that um, the steps leading down below are seeped with water, mud, slime. They're well worn, but they do lead down into the dungeon, which is where you need to apparently go.
Out of does anyone know? Find familiar says it can that the familiar quote conveys its sensory power to its master. Is that to mean that I can see through its eyes, or that I can see using its type of vision, like its night vision?
It can wait. Read that again.
It conveys its sensory powers to its master.
So I would say that you see, feel, and hear what it see, feels, and hears.
Okay.
Right. So if your
Yeah.
familiar's
Right.
a worm, it can't see
Hmm.
very well.
Right. But I'm gonna let the owl just kind of like perch on my shoulder as we're going down here.
Okay.
Uh, I don't know if I'm invisible and the owl is on my shoulder. Is it invisible or
No,
is it just floating there?
it's just
Ah,
floating along the line.
wonderful.
So,
Glorious.
yep. And you can see anyway because you have infravision.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna let the owl stay a little bit further behind me then, just to watch her back.
Okay.
DM, is there a way I can put the dart into my tunic and stick it in there so it doesn't fall, kind of like a lapel or something?
Yeah, you can do that. Again, it's an item. You can carry it any way you want. If you put it inside something, the light is extinguished. You take it out, it is now visible, etc., etc., etc.
Quick suggestion. Because light would give us away, or could give us away, but we do have someone with infravision who is also invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Would you care to take point?
I was thinking much the same.
Good.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So
Yeah.
this, yeah, I'll
So if
take
he
my.
dies or gets knocked out, does he stay invisible?
what's that?
if he gets knocked out or killed or anything, does he stay invisible?
Yes, unless he's attacking something. And you
Mhm.
really got faint,
Well,
Brodus. Did you
Yeah,
move
you
away from
did.
your mic?
oh, I
Sorry
did.
about that. I had the mic up. My
Oh
bad.
yeah, no, it's Brodus did. I was just making sure
Gotcha.
that. Okay, yeah. So yes, he would stay invisible. Like if something were to know he was invisible and hit him from behind and knocked him out, he would be invisible until somebody
All right.
found him or whatever. So yeah,
All right. So, if I were to drop something, however, that I was carrying in my hand, that would become visible.
yes,
All right. So you would notice, like, if I take my 10 foot pole, my collapsible 10 foot pole out,
yes,
and I'm just sweeping, and something knocks me out, that 10 foot pole will fall to the ground, and you'll be able to find that and know that I'm nearby.
yes.
All right.
In
And so
theory.
I'll go over the basic idea of that plan with
Okay.
them.
So you're going to be poking and
And
prodding as you go down.
I'm
Also,
going.
before you do, I was going to say, do you have any marbles or anything with you?
I do.
Okay, cool. I was going to offer you some.
Is the intention that I should perhaps?
If you find something and we want to gain an element of surprise and it's mobile,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Understood. I'll also, if I do, I don't know if I have a chance to notice traps. Is that a thing?
No.
No. So it's just
Nope.
if it's either the 10 foot pole is going to trigger it,
Yep.
or
Yep.
I'm going to trigger it. One of the two.
That is correct.
All right. Cool. All right.
So
Well, if I do find anything with the 10 foot pole, then I will mark it with a piece of chalk.
okay.
You know, like, oh,
Cool.
this tile sets it off.
Okay.
Neat.
Okay. So you grab your 10-foot pole and you slowly work your way down the steps.
Hmm.
I need you to give me a. Hang on, let me see. Let me double check what it is. Give
Right.
me a petrification polymorph saving. Well, now what will we do for?
Sure.
Now give me a dexterity check. Let's roll a d20.
D20.
Yep, d20 with your dexterity bonus that may be on it for your reaction or whatever your
Okay.
reaction bonus is.
So right now that's a 16 then.
Okay, cool. So as you start to walk down, your feet slip on the slime, the muck, and the mud. But
Oh.
fortunately, you manage to retain your balance, and you find a way to sort of balance yourself as you go step by step by step by
Hmm.
step as you slowly disappear into the darkness. Your infravision kicks in, giving off not
Hmm.
much because there's no heat being given off by anything. So it's almost pitch black
I
here, but
will.
there are slight variations you can see because at various points plant life are actually bursting through the
Mm,
from above from the swamp even
mm,
down this far below for the trees and weeds and stuff like that.
mm.
But you finally
I
you descend perhaps 20 feet or so, and you can see that the steps open up into a chamber
mm.
down below.
I will because I am going up ahead like this now. I'm going to have this owl, my owl, like follow just behind me
Okay,
as silently as it can with its.
hopping down the
I don't know.
stairs.
I don't know if it. Yeah, I guess. And and it can see as though it were daylight down here.
Yep.
So that
Okay.
will, I hope, help me.
Yep. So you reach the bottom of the stairs. You guys up top watch as Astor disappears into the darkness out of the range of the light spell cast by Brodus. But you can hear him moving down the stairs, and after a while, all is quiet. What are we doing up top?
Can I?
Descending. Go on,
Just
Brodus.
I was just gonna say, can I hear for noises as to hear him a little bit better than the others as he's getting further away?
sure. Go ahead and roll a listen for noises or a listen check.
Never mind, failed. I can't hear him anymore. We can move forward.
So you slowly move down the stairs after him. I need you, everybody, going down, to give me a dexterity check, please. Just roll a d20 and add whatever your reaction bonus is for your dexterity.
Just a sec.
$17 for Valorius.
Ooh, that sucked.
A 5 for Valdrin.
8 with the
8.
modifier.
Take it back. Okay. Brodus is a 6 plus what's your modifier for dex?
0.
0. Okay. And still waiting for Bannable and everybody else.
You're talking about the reaction adjustment?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. I got +2 on mine.
Yeah. Still need you to roll.
I did.
Oh, I don't see. Oh, your roll isn't showing up. Did you?
Well, it's there.
Well, it's there for you, but it's not there for us. That's what I'm
Oh.
saying. Next to the dice roll tray at the bottom, there's a globe that has a slash in it. You have to click that and uncheck the slash so that we can see the dice rolls as well.
Yeah, it is.
Why am I not seeing your dice roll?
You don't see my 17 there?
I do not.
I
Oh,
see
oh,
it.
now it is.
Yeah.
Now it literally just showed up. I swear to God, it just showed up. That was bizarre.
Yeah.
Valdrin, did you already
I had
roll?
a
Yes,
5
I
and it was
thought. Yeah, yeah.
+3.
All right, now just waiting for Artheus.
I'm back.
Come on, Charlie. Need you to roll a 20-sided dice and add your reaction bonus to it.
Oh shoot. Okay. Let's see. D20. 17 plus 1, 18.
Awesome. So as you guys go to move down, Brodus, your foot sort of slips, and Valdrin, coming right behind you, tries to grab you, but you end up taking him with you, and both of you end up tumbling all the way down the stairs, and you hear this clatter behind you. Aster, you hear this huge noise as two bodies come tumbling down the wet, slimy stairs. um,
With the light,
each
by
of
the
you
way.
suffers 1 point of falling damage as you guys end up tumbling out and rolling into this chamber at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
So much for going first.
Much for the element of surprise.
So you said 1 point of damage.
That is correct.
Ping.
1 point from embarrassment.
So,
It's not the fall. It's the embarrassment that does the damage.
yep.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So, you guys find yourselves right here. Right, and that's where the stairs came down. Okay. So let's describe first of all what we see. First of all, the first thing that hits you as you guys actually manage to get down here is the smell. The smell is
Oh,
horrific. I mean, it smells like death warmed over, and it's nasty. So the stairs open into a large basement-like room. Several broken boxes, bales of wool, broken rock, etc., litter the floor. The decomposing remains of two lizard-like creatures lie here in the middle of the floor, their leather vests torn wide open, and their bodies look like they've been devoured where they lay. A doorway leads to the west, and a set of ornately carved double doors leads to the north. Um, oops. I need someone, if they would, one of our two thieves, if you could give me a hear noise checks, both of you, please.
Right. Just a sec.
My owl is a level 6 thief. Can it make a hear noise?
I failed.
Okay. Waiting on Valdrin.
I'm 20%.
Oh,
Ah, damn it. Excuse me.
what I miss?
I rolled way too many dice. Damn it. Hold on.
Ooh, 96 works for me. No, just kidding.
There we go.
Okay. All right. And what's your hear noise?
Hear noise for me is 20%.
So, and you rolled a 20.
Yeah.
So, somewhere to the west, you can hear snarls, growls, and sort of grunt noises. But you don't see anything. But um, again, um, you can hear it. So,
I'll let the others know.
all right. So as he said, or I should say, to the north, there's a set of ornate. Although it only shows a single door, it's actually an ornate series of double doors leads to the north. An open doorway leads to the west, and you can see the two bodies lying on the floor of two lizard-like creatures. Their leather armor sort of ripped to shreds, and the bodies beneath ripped to shreds as well. What to do? What to do?
Now remember that dwarf king said that the
They
lizard
could be
men
allies.
could be helpful to us, right? Maybe, you know.
Correct.
Okay.
So you want to go to the opening to the west then?
I say we search these two lizardmen bodies.
All
Okay.
right, that's good.
All right. So searching the lizard men, you find they don't really have much on them, other than their personal armor and clothing and stuff like that. Any looks like if they had any weapons or if they had any coinage or gems, jewelry, anything like that that may have been on them, looks to have been picked clean. But as you're searching the bodies, getting closer to the doors to the north, not only are they carved ornately, but you can see that they're inlaid with silver, and the walls and floor all around it are scratched, but the doors themselves are unmarred.
Hmm.
Scratch from this side.
Correct. So all around the doors themselves, door, floor, walls, everything but the doors themselves, looks like they've been scratched up pretty severely. But the doors themselves, which again are ornate, they depict dwarven iconography on it and stuff, but it's inlaid with silver throughout the door.
That sounds like it's to ward something off, I guess. There.
Or they lock
Or to
something
keep
away.
something in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, something along that line. Yeah. Can is the guy who can speak dwarven? Can he see anything? Make anything of those any things?
So
Can I?
so you look at it, and to be honest with you, it doesn't look like anything magical, anything ward wise. It looks like they made a really fancy door, and they happen to have silver inlaid in the door. But for whatever reason, whatever was scratching didn't touch the door. It touched everything around the door.
What
Um,
did it? What does it say? Anything in
there's really
particular?
nothing. It's just pictorials, right? So it
Okay.
shows different dwarves in like the height of the dwarven nation.
Yeah.
Has kings, queens. Maybe show a day in the life of a dwarf, stuff like that, right? So it doesn't appear to be anything like overtly like crazy, like, oh, we gotta seal this door or something like that. It looks literally like they made a really super fancy door leading into whatever it's leading into, and they happen to inlay it with silver. And whatever was scratching around the door didn't want to mess up the silver or didn't want to touch the silver. Um,
Hey, DM.
Sir?
Quick question. Since I've been in Greyhawk, I know the guild and everything, and I presumably have spent time in the sewers.
Okay.
Does the smell remind me in any way of the sewers?
No, much worse. It reminds you of literally death because it smells, like a dead animal just laying in the road, just how that gets that really
Yeah.
nasty smell as it starts to decompose and whatnot.
Or
Think,
something, a body that's been in a room in a summer day for a little bit.
yes,
Yeah.
times 10.
Yeah. Hey
Yeah.
guys, before we go the next time before we go searching bodies, we might want to be a little more cautious. You don't know what's on the bodies or in the body.
What do you mean?
I mean, the circle of life, my friend.
I see. Well, I'm healthy as a horse, but I will take your warning.
Rot grubs.
All sorts of funguses and bugs and other things grow inside of corpses.
Yes, they do.
Would it might be disrespectful, but would it be wise to perhaps destroy some part of the corpse just in the event that it rises in an unnatural way?
Well, we could.
There is a
remove
demon
it.
down here. I'm not sure what
I
sort
would
of
have no
necromantic
problem with
magic
it.
it might have, but
Should I stab them with my silver spear?
well, would stabbing a corpse with a silver spear prevent it from rising?
Maybe.
Remove its legs.
Perhaps we can have a theological debate some other time. We could just hack off the heads.
Hmm.
That's probably the best. Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't help but look at Discord. Somebody put on there Peter Gabriel's Kiss That Frog dedicated to us. That's awesome. Thanks, Tim. Enoch Pratt. Appreciate that. All right. Lick the rot grub as a greeting. That's right. Tell it you're a good guy. See, our followers out in chat know what's going on, man. They know how to take care of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
So what do we want to do, guys? We have two directions to go. Well, three if you want to back out, but two directions to go. North through the ornate double doors, west through the open doorway, or back upstairs. So your call.
Can we just will this even require a roll? They're just bodies lying there. Can we
No,
decapitate them?
I've always said that if somebody is prone and immobile and can't move, you can coup de grace.
I say, here, I offer my own theology and slice off one of their heads.
Okay. There you go.
Anyone else?
You've sliced open. Not sure how Bannable or Artheus would deal with that, but
Just walked over and sliced the other one's head off too, just in case.
I'm okay with it, with the nature of why we're doing it.
Okay. Gotcha. It's better than setting them on fire, I guess. Stink up the place, smoke it out.
Yep.
So where to now,
Well,
fellas?
I'd only be against it if there were other live lizard men around, and then I would have them take care of their own.
Right.
Well, they obviously abandoned their people, so not a big deal.
They're all dead.
Let's go. Where are we going?
I'll take a peek in the open door while he's cutting the heads off.
All right.
Okay. All right.
See what I
So
see.
you walk to the west slightly, and you kind of peek in. It looks to be some kind of um, a gathering place, an eatery or an eating place. So two large iron-bound doors dominate the far wall, right? So that's the first thing you see. So across the room, you can see two doors, both of them iron-bound and thick. It's very musty and wet down here still, even though you're outside the swamp. It looks like liquid from years and decades and ages have seeped in to sort of make the floor, mucky wet a little bit. And the doors themselves are swollen and appear to be swollen shut as well. Two long tables sit at the room's center with benches lining each side, and you can see several metal plates and mugs lie thrown about the mud coated floor, and what once were bright tapestries now hang in tatters. The room itself smells strongly of bile and urine.
Yummy.
Revolting. Two different kinds of people.
So basically, it resembles a sewer kind of environment.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, kind of in a sense.
A sewery with a McDonald's in it. There
Yeah.
we go. Sewer with a McDonald's.
If I would like to walk to the center of the room and see what I can see down in the room beneath, because I can see there is an open door there. Yes.
Yes. So as you begin to move south, suddenly you can hear
Oh.
the hissing and the snarling and the fresh meat as you see two whites come bursting through the southern open doorway. I need initiative.
Today. So, two questions.
Great.
Mhm.
White
What,
Death.
if I may ask,
Yes.
two
There you go.
questions. one, do they see the invisible me? And two, I think elves get a thing for sneaking up on people. If I recall correctly.
So
There's a
apparently they
surprise sort of
do
thing.
not see you. They just smell the
Hmm.
rest of the party,
Ah,
and so they know that you guys are there as they come rushing um, into this room. So let's
right.
say I am gonna put them. We can do this. Actually, why don't we do?
Hear them on the way toward us, or as soon as they come in the room.
Hang on just a second. You guys hear them coming. They don't have one in here. That's kind of bummer. So I'll just have to find some token to work for them. So I am going to do
In the words of Monty Python,
yes,
"Run away!"
Hey, run
yes.
away!
So I'm gonna put. Yeah, I don't like that, but that's okay.
I'm going to copy paste this into general for you.
Yep.
It's an elven feature that I have. I don't know if it would apply in this situation, so I'm just going to, you're the DM.
Not a no, just
Okay,
because of the fact that number one, you're not more than 90 feet,
makes sense.
and yeah, no. So I would
Sure,
say no. You don't get the additional surprise there.
sounds good.
So I am just going to do first of all, um, Brodus, you're still up for the initiative because you still won the initiative. So let's go ahead and roll a d6 for surprise. The whites are surprised.
Ooh,
So they're surprised to see you guys there. So, but I'm going to go ahead
Yep.
and let you roll anyway to see if you're surprised as well. So, Brodus, if I can get a d6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Yeah, that's 5e sneaking in there.
yeah, it's all good, brother. Combat mechanics, I think, are a little more straightforward, but I think when he. Oh, you guys gain initiative. Okay. So, not only to get initiative, you guys have a surprise round. So, you have one segment of the round where you guys can all go. So let's state our actions. Brodus, what are you doing as you hear these two whites come uh, come rushing up through the other chamber, and you guys are on the right hand side where the bodies are still. But so these two whites have come charging into the room with the long tables.
Okay, I'm gonna go into a defensive posture with next to Venable,
Okay.
and I'm going to do what I did last time: hold with 3 darts. Except I'm not gonna throw the dart that's got the light on it.
Okay. All right, so you do your defensive hold. Aster, you're actually in the room with the tables, so you're able to
hmm
back out of the way as they come rushing through. What do you want to do?
Uh, so they're still in front of me, between me, and like I'm between them and the party,
That is
correct?
correct. No, they're between
Okay,
they're between you and the party. So you're over on the left-hand side of the room.
got you,
They're
got you,
more toward the middle of the room, and the party's on the in the far room.
got you. Well, I suppose under that circumstance, I would like to, while invisible, stab the nearest one in the back with a lot +1 longsword and see what
Okay.
happens.
All right. So Brodus
Don't
is cowering. I mean, ready.
still want to think.
Aster.
Actually, let me ask you a question first before I commit to that action, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Is Phantasmal Force considered an attack because it can do damage to a thing?
Yes.
Okay, so it
If
would
you
break my
do it, if you
invisibility.
do it in
Got it.
that sense, if you do it in the sense of an attacking type thing, then yes.
Right. Right. Okay, makes sense to me.
So you're doing
I was wondering if
longsword
I could
or
create. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do longsword. I was wondering if I could like create an illusion of myself and stay invisible there,
oh, I
and
got you.
just like let that illusion fight them. But nope.
Yep. That would be a good try, but I would still have to judge that. Suddenly there would be two of you there, and eventually they may
Makes sense
notice
to
the other
me.
one. All right, Bannable.
I see the whites.
You
I
see
hold
them.
up my I hold up my holy symbol
Yes.
and I say, "Not today!
Okay.
I am no charlatan of Fultus. I am a cleric of Palor, and I turn undead.
Awesome. I like it. Valdrin.
I am gonna hold my action to see if well no basically what I want to do is I want to see if Banable's turning is successful.
Mhm.
In the event that it's not, I want to throw my marbles onto the floor. One of
Okay.
my bags
Okay.
in front of the whites.
Okay. And just let me.
You said the floor was slick, right?
Yes. Yes, the floor
Yeah.
is slick just because it's muddy and watery and stuff like
Yep.
that. Okay. So you're gonna hold marbles, and you're gonna.
Old marbles.
Don't lose them.
I
No
was gonna say he's
marbles.
about ready to lose his marbles just in case. All right,
Exactly.
Valorius. Valorius, what would you want to do?
Well, I know if you get hit by a white, you may lose a level. Or I
Yes,
think you do
sir.
lose them.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
I am going to get my brand spanking new Hornwood silver tip spear
Okay.
and hurl that thing like a son of a bitch
Okay.
at whatever part I can get first.
Yes, and for the record, magic and silver weapons are what are
Dude.
used to hit
Yep.
a white. So,
Yep.
Artheus.
Okay, I'm going to wait and see if Banable's turn undead is successful, and if it's not, I'll try to turn undead too.
All right, hang on a second. Hey,
Feel like
somebody in chat saying there's no sound.
Can you hear me?
No, I'm not saying you. He's saying no sound for your information. Is that nobody's sound? Hang on, I want to make sure that I'm not
Oh, I
missing
can hear
something.
you. I can hear you on the.
On Discord, yeah, I know we can always hear
No, I
Discord.
hear. No, I have it
Okay.
running in the back on another computer.
Yeah, I just checked. I can hear you on Twitch, but I don't think I can hear any of us. No, I can hear me too.
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, it's fine. I
Okay.
think it's a problem on Tim's
Okay,
side.
I
And
just want to make sure, just because of
Mhm.
all the audio issues I've
Can you
had
hear
in the
me?
past.
Mhm.
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
All right.
Okay,
As long as we're working.
okay, all right. DM's just playing. He knows how paranoid I get about sound stuff. So now it's gonna be
He's just
that's gonna
messing with
be
you.
my followers chat for the next time that I play Forever and Ever. They're like, Sean, I can't hear you. Shut up. But they're lying to me, the bastards. So that's a good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Hopefully, it's meeting people's expectations, which should be
Yeah.
pretty low by now.
Mhm.
So that said, so Artheus, you were the last one. What were you saying? What were you gonna do?
That just gonna wait and see if the cleric's turn undead turning is successful, and if it's not, then I'll hold up my symbol and try
Okay.
it.
All right. So, and the whites come charging through, and you know what their goal is. They just want to eat and feast on fresh flesh. Um,
Okay, DM, question for you.
yes.
Protection from evil will keep a white at bay, right?
No.
No.
No. It is doesn't work on undead. It works on magical, conjured, creatures from other planes and stuff like that. However, it does inflict a -2 attack to you, and I believe it gives you a +2 to attack them.
Okay.
And
I
so
think there's
yes,
extra. I think there's a bonus on saving throws too.
yes, yes. So I'd have to double check everything, but I know for a fact it does it because I actually looked that up specifically. But for like demonic creatures and stuff like that, they can't touch you, right?
Okay.
Other planar creatures, correct. Well, like I said, for undead, no. So in this case, you would get a +2 in addition to your normal +2 saving throw. So you get a total of +4. And then when you attack them, you get a +2, and they get a -2 when attacking you.
Cool.
And I'm going to judge that that gives you a +2 on your roll, Bannable, for your turn undead because you are within the 10-foot radius of the holy warrior standing by your side, fending off these demonic creatures. So,
that means I only need a 2.
wouldn't it be awesome if
I
you rolled a
do.
one? Would it be
Yeah.
cool if you rolled a one? I'm just saying it would be so awesome because then they're going to focus on you. All right. So, I know that I'm going to go ahead and let Aster attack first since he's attacking from behind and he is the closest. go ahead and roll your attack on the white. Let me get their stats here real quick.
All right.
And
Just gonna. Well.
All right, so their armor class is 5.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you rolled.
I rolled a 5, so I would hit not that.
Not that.
You did nothing.
Not
So
that.
as the creatures come by, they're much faster than you expect them to be, and you swing and you slam and it hits the table just past the white, and it sort of comes skidding to a halt right at the doorway as it's getting ready to charge in there, and it whips around and it sees you and it just snarls. Bannibal, go ahead and roll your turn.
17.
17. With a snarl and a hiss, the creature's like, "Ah!" And they turn and they actually run back down to the south, trying to get away from you as fast as they possibly can. Running right back past Aster, right back down into the into the south, whatever that room is. And lest I forget to describe, in addition to the 2 bound doors on the west wall, the um, the 2 long tables with all the benches and stuff, there's actually a well-crafted archway leading into the south as well, into whatever that room is down there. So Bannibal, you feel the force of Pelor burst through your holy symbol as the light illuminates all around the whites, singeing them with its holy fire as they turn and run to the south, trying to escape the wrath of your god. What do we want to do? Do we chase after them, or we just say, ha ha ha? What's the plan?
Say, let's explore the rooms. See what's in here.
You're going to continue in here? So is everybody going into where Aster is?
Sure,
Where
why
is that?
not?
I'm following the party, whatever they decide to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So where is Aster now then?
Aster is in the chamber with the 2 long tables next to you guys.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I go as well. Yeah.
So as you guys walk in, you'll actually see Aster is there now. So Aster's actually like over here. As you walk in, you see him right there. And you guys come in as well. The whites ran to down here. So what do we want to do? In this room itself, it doesn't look like you see anything. Doesn't appear to be anything of value. Obviously, you can search and try the other doors, but to the south, you hear hissing and what sounds like yelling back and forth, and then you hear the sound getting closer.
Which direction did the whites run into?
To the south. They ran down here, and that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
And
I'd like to ask the cleric who turned these things, and how long will your god hold them at bay for again?
Bannibal?
yeah, how long does the turn hold for?
No. Doesn't say on my.
At least a week.
No, no.
I'll look it up quick.
It's like a turn or something like that, or a few rounds or something. We can look it up again.
Okay.
Somebody in chat, I know, all these experts on 1E know how long turning lasts. I'm pretty sure it was like 2 die 4 rounds or something like that.
Something like that. Maybe up to a turn.
Yeah.
Of course, if there were others, he didn't turn them.
I'm looking it up.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So that being said, Aster, your sharp eyes and your owl's eyes depict there are 2 more whites coming this direction, and one of them looks to be about twice the size of the others, even though he's a dwarf. but he's like massive
Ah,
and he's like really haggard looking, and he's wearing like the remnants of chainmail armor. Um, he's got a even though he's got the gaunt skeletal face, his beard
hmm.
is straggly and it hangs down to his belly.
Huh. Well,
He's got
best.
nasty long claws and his eyes are burning red as he's like swatting at the other one, yelling at him as if he's berating him for being a coward.
Ah, well, best to be ready. There's at least two more on the way, and I'll just finish.
So as you guys see Aster disappear, he mentions that there's more coming, and lo and behold, appearing in the south door archway, you can see, as I just described, two dwarven wights. One of them is bigger and stockier than the other, and he appears to be perhaps an ancient leader of some kind in the dwarven community, but um, now he is haggard and gaunt, and his beard hangs down, and there's like drool and saliva running out of his mouth. His eyes are like dots of red coals as his claws are blackened and green with gangrene as he sort of licks his chops and goes, Karnak's gonna eat good tonight. Ah! As he rumbles towards you once again. And I am going to, since their round went, we are back to the top of the order. So I know that Brodus, what was your what you were you readying again?
Well, if things change, can I change my
Yeah,
thing?
yeah. This
Okay,
because we're basically back to the top of the next round.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and do I see any of them?
Yes, you see both of them.
Okay, I'm gonna the one that looks bigger.
Okay,
I'm going to cast a magic missile at him.
okay. So that's your action. Aster.
Hmm. I am seeing these two whites. I can I move and then act, or is it a one or the other thing in one first edition?
No, no. You can move. You can move up to your movement, which is your movement is like
Right.
60 or 90 or something like
Right.
that.
And they're in the room to the south of us, correct?
Yes, yeah. They're
All
right
right.
to the
Cool.
archway.
I would like to step to the northern end of this room, trying to get like as far out of the way as I possibly can. And let me know if I can do this or not. But I'd like to use that scroll we found,
Okay.
the spectral force one.
Yep.
And now
What level spell is Spectral Force again? Did you look it up?
I believe it's a third level spell. Let me
Okay.
double
As
check.
long as you can cast it, there's no penalty in casting it right off the scroll.
Awesome.
But just
And
a reminder that the scroll gets used, so you won't
now,
have it anymore.
of course. And so my understanding is this is I can create essentially whatever effect I can describe, um, auditory and everything,
Right.
and it
Mhm.
can deal damage to things. So is there any upper limit? Like I can't just like obviously summon Halor, that like an illusion of Halor to just smite these things, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So I'll just I'll try to do this a little bit more tame then, and just I would like to summon essentially a sort of orb in my hand that is shooting as high level magic missiles as I can get away with out of it towards these enemies as they are charging towards us. And that will be the illusion I create if I can do that.
So you basically want to have a glowing ball of throwing lightning at these things or something similar.
Yeah, sure. Like magical darts of
Yeah,
force
yeah,
that
yeah.
will hopefully,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
All right. And so find the. Did you look up Spectral Force already?
Yes, I did.
All right. What page is that on? Because I want to double check it as well.
I'm not looking at a page. I'm looking at
Gotcha.
a 1E
Yep.
spell compendium,
Yep. That's fine. Even better. Um,
in the player's handbook, I just control F'd it. It's on 970. It's on page 97,
97.
and all it kind of says is it's an improved Phantasmal Force, which will then
Yeah.
route you to
Gotcha.
Phantasmal Force,
Yep.
which is
So this
on
can
the
cause
page.
damage if they they
Yeah.
misbelieve it, right? Okay.
If they do not disbelieve it, then
Yeah,
it
so
will cause
basically they
damage.
have to make a saving throw against spells. That's what I'm going
Yeah,
to
if
decide.
yeah, sure.
So if they don't make a saving throw against spells, then they'll take the damage the same. Okay, bannable. You gonna turn again? I forget. Can you turn multiple times a day in 1E? I always forget what the
I
limit.
keep turning until I fail.
Gotcha.
Mm.
Yep. And
I'm
then
still trying to find out how long it lasts.
as somebody in chat said, 3 to 12 rounds.
Yeah, that's what I got out of the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Yep. Yep. So okay. Perfect. So you'll do the turn. Yeah, and I remember reading it where you can turn if they're different groups of them, right? So like even if there was a bunch of them together, you could only turn whites first and then zombies or whatever order you wanted to do them. But so okay,
Yes, lowest hit by creatures first, and then it goes
yeah,
up from there.
yeah, okay. All right, Valdrin,
Holding the marbles.
holding the marbles still. All
Yep.
right. Just let me know when you want to lose your marbles. Valerius, same thing with the spear. Chuck the spear.
Yeah.
And Artheus, once again, you're gonna try to turn in the event that um, that
Right.
his fails. Okay. All right. So bannable. So we're just gonna go. Oh, first, Aster, I forgot. You're casting that spell. What's the cast time on the? What's the cast time on that spell?
Cast 3 segments.
3 segments. Okay.
Hmm.
So what's gonna happen is uh, you guys will go. Then the whites go because you guys rolled a 3. I rolled a 1.
Yeah.
So
Can I?
yours will go on 4 turn. Yeah. So they're actually going to go, and then your spell will go off. Right. So your spell is actually the last thing to go off when everything
Right.
happens.
It occurs to me, not as a new player, not knowing how any of this works. If they turn, if our clerics turn them again,
Yep.
then this doesn't matter.
You,
So
you
can
are
I
correct.
hold the spell to see if they succeed, like everyone else is holding their
No,
actions?
no,
Okay.
because what happens is basically you're already in the beginnings of casting the spell,
Sure.
and if you stop it, you lose the spell, or the spell goes off and you lose the spell. So it's like
Okay.
everything goes off at once.
Right.
So you can
I'll.
decide to say, I want to wait to cast my spell until I see what happens with bannable, but then
Right.
you would go on the next turn or the next segment, if you will. So right now, if you were to cast your spell,
Hmm.
you guys all act in segment 1, right?
Hmm.
The whites act in segment 3. Your
Sure.
spell would go off in segment 4, right? If you were to wait, you would have to wait until after bannable goes. Then the whites would have on segment 3. That's when you would start casting your spell if his failed, and then yours would
Right.
go like on segment 6 or something, right? So
I.
in reality, it doesn't affect it too much because it's such a quick spell. Everything can still happen within 1 round. It's just when it
Right.
actually happens in the order of the 10 segments of a round,
Right.
right?
I just don't want
So
to mess up anyone's turn on that or
no,
something like that.
no,
Okay.
it wouldn't mess it up, but all that would happen is you would have the spell out and the spell wouldn't have any effect on them. You could still have it and then you could walk toward them, right?
Right.
And they could still try to believe or something like that,
Yep.
right? But yeah.
Sure.
So anyway, so you just need to decide you want to cast that spell or are you just
Yeah.
gonna
We'll go for it. We'll go for it. I'll go with my gut.
okay. All right, so Animal, go ahead and roll for your turn. Once again, remember you get a +2. And I need to get my. Do, 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 do.
11,
What's that?
11 for the turned.
Ooh. Yep, and that even beats the lead white who actually turns as a ghast. So as you as they run up in there, once again you hold your holy symbol and you feel the light of Pelor pass through you and erupt from your holy symbol. Just as you're doing that, there's a light behind you beginning to coagulate as Aster's spell gets ready to come into fruition. The two whites stop in the doorway. It's like the old Frankenstein swiping his arms at the villagers with that as they turn, and they also both turn and bolt to the south, disappearing into the darkened chamber beyond.
Mm.
What to do? What to do? There are now apparently 4 whites in the chamber to the south, held at bay by Bannable of Pelor. Do we wish to go engage them, or do we wish to continue on elsewhere?
Hmm.
Can we lock him in that room?
Uh, there is no way that you see here. There's no door. There's an archway here leading into the room to the south. So, and then there's the open archway leading into the room with the dead lizard folk.
How slick is the hallway?
Uh, it's kind of like if you think about walking through mud, muck, and dirt and traipsing it through your house over a period of 100 years. Eventually, it's going to get pretty mucky and pretty slimy and wet. So,
But there's
it's
still some solid parts to it.
yes, sir. Yeah, yeah. It's not where you're going to slip and slide everywhere, right?
Well,
But if you were running and stuff like that, there's a potential you could slip and fall or something like that. But
I'll tell you what, they aren't visible in the hallway now, are they?
no, they're in this room to the south,
I'm
right?
throwing yeah, so they're out of our sight and we're out of theirs.
Yeah, so they're down here.
I'm throwing that bag of marbles out in that hallway.
Where at here?
The hallway that they retreated down.
They didn't go. They didn't go down here.
Which way did they go? That was what I was asking about,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. They're you guys are up here, right?
Uh huh.
They are down here. Right? So they ran back into this big chamber here.
But they don't. But I'm saying they don't have a line of. They can't see us. We can't see them.
Well, you assume they can't see you. You don't know what the whites can see, but it is dark in there. Yes. So without some kind of enhanced vision or something, you cannot see them.
And even then, they probably wouldn't be paying attention. I'm going to roll the marbles on the floor into that.
Okay. All right. So
They come. They come. They'll have to make the appropriate checks.
yep, absolutely. Sounds like a plan. So we now have a bunch of marbles on that floor. So are we going to continue after them, or are we going to backtrack and go elsewhere? 3 to 12 rounds. So that gives you maybe a few minutes to buy some time to retreat and go elsewhere, or I'm not sure what you guys want to do. So
And there's 4 of them, you said?
that is correct. One of them apparently stronger. Hey Shane, thanks for showing up, man. We appreciate it. Just enjoying trying to figure out how we want to fight undead here. Thank the heavens for Pelor.
Mm-hmm.
So come on, guys. What do you want to do?
Options are we can retreat elsewhere, or we can wait for them to return. In which case, they'll probably stumble over those marbles.
Yeah,
They might,
or yeah, it's quite
or we go
possible.
there. But I would advise against that because we'd have to make checks ourselves.
Yep.
Let's find another room to search.
We know they can't follow us if we go through the silver door.
Right.
And we know they're going to come back
And that
because they came
actually
back
kind of makes
twice.
sense that what was scratching around the door is they're affected by silver, so obviously
Yep.
they couldn't touch the door, which is well they were trying to scratch to get around it, which they could not apparently because it's all stone
Yep.
insets. So if you go north, it's quite probable that they would not be able to follow you as long as you close the door behind you.
Yep.
Hmm.
Let's do that.
And then I suppose just
Mhm.
getting back out through
Fighting
that
them is a
door will be
waste
a
of
problem
resources.
for another time.
Yeah, it
Yep.
is.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
So we're going up against a demon of some sort. We don't need to be wasting
Right.
resources on these losers.
True.
Makes sense.
Do that.
They can be cleared out another day.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh,
So you guys return back to through the north,
mhm.
back into the room where the dead lizard creature. By the way, you know what lizard men look like. These are not lizard men. And for those that are in the know, they are kobolds, right?
Okay.
So you recognize them as tiny lizard folk, kind of like the halflings of the
Mhm.
lizard folk.
Right.
And you guys enter back in once again, finding yourselves um, at the door, or at the silver door, if you will. Um, the door itself is ornate, and like I said, it's not just a door; it's a set of double doors. As you grab the rings and you sort of pull it open, on the back side of it, you find a room that's about 50 feet wide, 20 feet across, and there is a tunnel opening, that or I should say a hallway, a stone worked hallway that runs for about 20 feet, and then it turns into a rough hewn, as you see that this level apparently leads to the mine section beneath the dwarven keep above. So as you enter into this room, you see that the walls are lined with dozens of pickaxes, cloaks, helms, torches, large ropes, and many other mining oriented utensils. A wide passage leads north into darkness. Um, Other than that, there's nothing really to
Mhm.
see in this room. It just looks sort of like a staging area for mines. I will say, while the cloaks and stuff are all sort of molded and rotted and falling apart, the rope is relatively decent, although it is old and some of it is a little bit moldy. Could probably make decent use of some of the rope, but the weapon, or not the weapons, but the mining tools themselves, the pickaxes and helms and stuff like that, appear to be in solid shape. That should you need something to like sell for mining gear, or you want to go do some mining, it looks to be in decent shape. Other than that, the room appears empty.
Friends, there's a wall with an S on it.
I was actually going to ask, do as an elf, do I need to roll to see if I notice that, or
You would
do
actually
you? Or...
have to search to find any secret doors if you felt there were
Oh,
any secret doors in here. So
okay,
you notice concealed, but you actually have to search for secret, and you have to search for concealed, right? Because you
okay,
can notice it. But if you were searching, let's say you didn't notice it, but
sure,
did a search, you would be able to find it. So yeah.
got you. I didn't know there was a distinction between secret and concealed. Good to know.
Yeah. Concealed is like somebody puts a tapestry over a door, or
Sure.
they put wallpaper or something up or whatever. But secret is they built
All
it
right.
into the stone to make it difficult. So
Yeah, and I don't think my character would know to search for a secret wall in this room. So
right, you would not
Yeah.
necessarily, but you can if you want. I don't care. I mean, if you guys feel
unless you
that you
want to
want,
test run it,
we can
Yeah.
absolutely test run it. Absolutely.
It,
Somebody
it,
wants to search for secret. I'll let each one of you search once.
sure.
Anybody that
Okay.
wants to search. So the elf gets a 1 or a 2 on a die 6. Everybody else gets a 1 on a die 6.
Roll a
Okay,
6
roll
again.
away.
Roll away. Hey, I got a 1. Just kidding.
this is when I do need a one. Oh, of course, sake.
That's hilarious. Everybody's getting a 6. It's hilarious. Bannable and Valdrin. I don't know about you, Charlie. Spider.
Just roll there,
Oh, yeah. You
Spidey.
got a
Yeah,
3.
yep.
All right. Valdrin, you going to check? Just
Sorry, what are we rolling for? Searching for?
secret doors. Let's roll a die
Uh,
6. Dun,
He
dun,
made the room so
dun.
we're testing it.
Nope.
So you know,
Yep. So as you guys search the room, you find nothing of interest. Nothing that you find that may be more interesting than any of the mining equipment. Closing the door behind you leaves you the wide open tunnel leading into the darkness beyond. And that being said, we are at our time limit of 4 hours. If you guys want,
Hmm.
we can just continue. I don't want to make anybody stay, or we can come back next Monday to finish it off. I'm fine either way if you guys can make it. If you can't make it, we can still play with those that can make it. We can just NPC the other players. I just want to give you guys that option because it is a school night and I don't want you guys to miss like class tomorrow or anything like that. So,
I would have, to be honest, guys, and continue next week.
okay.
I would
Honestly,
like
yeah,
to
I'm beat. I'm
continue.
ready to go to bed.
No,
Yeah.
So
same.
totally fine. Now, that said, if you guys cannot make it next week, you need to let me know because I can always put the word out to see if somebody wants to play your character for the finale.
Mhm.
If not, then we can just NPC your character. It's we'll just kind of figure out what to do, but just kind of let me know in after the game. Just let me know in the Discord. Let me know what you guys want to do as far as next week, right? So same time, same channel, 7 o'clock
Yep.
next week. I plan to be on about 6 to start running sound checks. Hopefully everything will go okay. I appreciate everybody that stayed on the stream with us for all this time. If you didn't stay the whole time, to heck with you. If you left early, we don't need you anyway. Just kidding. Well, I need all the followers I can get. So if you haven't clicked the follow button, please do so. If you haven't gone and followed me out on YouTube, there's a link to the YouTube out on the Twitch channel. Just go to about, find the little button, go over to YouTube, click follow. This session will be up, posted sometime by tomorrow. I usually get it done right away. But it takes like a few hours sometimes, or at least an hour or whatever, for it to finally show up on YouTube. Um, I just kind of like to get your guys' final thoughts. I'm going to move into the stream ending screen, but I would like to kind of get your guys' thoughts. Let me know what you thought. I mean, so far so good. I know we had a little bit of a rough time with the combat on the
Hmm.
um, when we
Yes,
were
we did.
fighting the shambling mound, but overall so far, thoughts up down, not bad, going okay. No, like I said, it was a little slow at times, but I think we're doing okay.
I think it's great. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, I like where the
Hey,
way things are going here.
Yep.
Same.
Nice.
No
Sorry, I'm
issues.
back.
Hey
Yeah,
man.
everything was good.
Yeah, so like I said, I just want to kind of get feedback from you guys.
The scene with the dwarven king,
Mhm.
very cool, very Tom Mulvey.
You liked it? It was kind of cool with you.
I
Yeah, I
really
was.
like that.
Yeah, I was
The,
trying to.
the way you
Um,
voiced it was great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was to me. It's I know there's a lot of encounters that can happen, and obviously the whole purpose back in the day of this type of adventure was to kind of bleed down resources because when you get down there, there's some significant stuff that can happen, right? So
Mhm.
I want to make sure that I win and you lose.
Huh.
So I want to make sure I bleed you dry of all your spells and every other possibility and stuff. But what I really wanted the dwarf to be able to do is to kind of give a background because again, we're playing this as a one shot kind of a play test in a tournament scenario, if you will. But in reality, I wrote this to be in a campaign of some kind, and so
Yeah,
I wanted to be able to give some kind of a backstory, right? Because we have Caracast, right, as a big dwarven community, right? And I just wanted to have some kind of an ancient dwarven community that was in this area before the time of the Mistmarsh, back when this was fertile land. And the dwarves, even though they were in the mountains, they had their keeps at the base of the mountains leading into the mountain, right? But now the whole landscape has changed over thousands of years. So I just want to kind of create that, little personalization in my own little home campaign and stuff to have that, which is why I created Clan Nomantadin and if you look in the Living Greyhawk, not Living Greyhawk, but in the Adventure Begins, I think, or it could have been the Gazetteer. One of those has something about ruins of the Mistmarsh, and I said, "Ooh, I'm going to make it a dwarven ruin. How cool would that be?" And
cool.
so that's why I kind of wrote that. And so,
But that one sequence, and I mean this is the highest possible praise. There's Tom Mulvey in a lot of his adventures, from Castle Amber down to
yeah,
some of an unpublished adventure that Alan Grohe runs sometimes.
right,
Always had either a ballroom scene or a throne room scene
right.
where there was a ghost and it conveyed a lot of backstory and it also provided a challenge for the players.
That's funny.
And this very much reminded me of that in a good way.
Well, that's kind of cool then because I didn't even have a clue about that and in any of those scenarios or anything. But
I,
I'm glad it kind of worked out.
I
I'm
was
saying it gives it a
happy,
very old school feel.
Yeah,
So,
and I was happy you allowed us to communicate with the toads,
yeah, it
oh
was
yeah,
knowing
fun.
that most players were
Yeah.
probably going to try to slaughter them. So
Yeah.
you have no
Well,
idea how I was really glad about the toads.
I
Yeah.
was I was actually really hoping that well, I wasn't hoping, but I was hoping that you guys would at least understand that the toads are non-threatening
Yeah.
Mhm.
and that you don't have to go attack them to see what you want. But if you go around the other side where the eggs are, all bets are off, and they're going to go crazy, and it's going to be a battle,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right? And so
Yeah.
I'm glad that didn't happen here because, like I said, it was a longer than I thought it would be combat
Mm-hmm.
with the shambling mound.
Standing mound, yeah.
And you can never predict that the dice rolls are going to suck for everybody. But I'm kind of glad it went the way it did because it brought you guys down and put you to close to death and stuff, and kind of put a little that little crap
Yeah.
in it and stuff. So, and I think
Now,
it's.
when you do this for Greyhawk Con,
Mhm.
are you going to show the whole map like this, like you
No,
did? Yeah,
no.
just
Yeah,
portions of it.
I'm actually probably not gonna use Owlbear Rodeo. I'm gonna use something I'm a little more familiar with. I'll probably go with I use Astral Tabletop now, so I'll probably go with that because I'm a little more familiar on how to hide things on the map and stuff. And to be honest, I don't know if he came to watch tonight, but there's a guy nickname is Braggy, Braggi. He did all these maps for me. I had really literally penciled, on graph paper for the original maps that went into the Oworth Journal back when it first published. And he came up and said, "Hey, dude, I've got these maps. I'd like to know what you think." And he took the whole adventure and put it into a PDF, and it looks just like a TSR module. So it's got the cover, it's got the back, it's got literally. I'll have to show you guys offline because I promised I wouldn't show any of his artwork, publicly and stuff like that. But he did all these maps for me. So hats off. I'm actually next time we play, I'm gonna make sure I put Maps by Braggy up on a little icon somewhere because dude does good work, and I definitely appreciated it. But he told me that this was one of the last adventures he played with a buddy of his who passed away not too long ago. So it kind of holds a special sentiment for him. So he did all these maps for me, and so he made some larger ones that I could put out on a VTT. So it's kind of nice, man.
That is cool.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's good stuff, man. So, but anyway, I appreciate everybody showing up tonight. For you guys that played, I will see you guys next week. And until
Mhm.
then, this is Parentland Adventures one shot or 1E1 shot. Mist Ruins of the Mistmarsh. Hopefully, you guys will be back to see the finale next week. And
I'm so too. Looking forward to it.
one of these days, I'm actually going to be able to talk without stumbling all over my tongue. But we'll we'll see you guys next week, man. What's
Take
up?
care,
All right.
man.
All right,
Well,
see you
Care.
thanks,
guys.
See you later.
See you
Good
later.
Later,
night.
all.
Thanks.
Good night, everyone.